Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish or Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Michegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. It's the last day of April. That went by pretty fast, didn't it? And today is day 7 of the Karen Read retrial. Karen Read is on trial for murder, for not hitting her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her vehicle. And something else happened. We don't know what it is, but here we are. In Norfolk County, Massachusetts, the upside down, inside out matrix of the Hunger Games of Gilead for the next trial. And we're here for it because we ain't got no quit. We're going to sit here and we're going to watch this trial until Karen Read gets her life back, whenever that may be. And today is also the second day of testimony of Jennifer McCabe. So it is going to be wild. Buckle up, buttercups, is all I can say. Court TV has their the fan up, but not much more than that. So something fun happened yesterday. One of the fun things was this.
Howie Carr is back.
Can you hear it? Let me know if you can hear it.
207, where can we stream the trial tomorrow? Just go to youtube.com. There's a number of places to get it. I would go to Melanie Little. That's where I watch it. She's really smart, and she stops it if there's a good thing. And so you get a little behind, but then they catch up during the breaks. But Melanie Little, Karen Read, and you'll get it. That's the best. For me, that's the best place to watch. Does anyone convicted in jail on a case investigated by Proctor?
Wow. So Howie Carr is watching, so that's fun. Thank you for sending that to me yesterday, because I never would have known it. Not being in Boston, I don't get to hear Howie Carr. I guess he's on the radio. I don't know. I think it's on Spotify too. So how cool is that? So Howie, if you're watching, thank you for the shout out. That was huge, huge. And I appreciate it very much. Because it's not easy sitting here for 9 hours a day. We have an amazing chat and amazing moderators, and that is the reason I'm able to do it. This is a one-woman show, and you guys make it fun. You're the snark tank, and you've earned that title for a reason, and you are the funniest chat on the internet. And we try and keep it clean, and we try and lighten up the mood a little bit, because if we don't laugh, we're just going to be crying all day long. Also, I just want to point out that I love you guys so much, and I know you have many, many places to watch your coverage of the Karen Read trial, and I'm very honored and pleased and blessed that you would come and share your morning. Your whole entire day with me. The super chats were crazy yesterday. Look at Lana. Lana loves Howie Carr. Howie Carr agrees with Lana. Oh, Lana, you've got great taste too. What can I say? If you build it, they will come. My first video series that I ever did on YouTube as a YouTuber was not even 2 years ago, and it was on Kevin Costner's divorce. Kevin Costner had me at Tin Cup, and I found his divorce to be so interesting. It was quickly settled, so we only did a couple of shows on it, but, if you build it, they will come, and that's been my motto with this YouTube channel since the beginning. It's kind of a happy accident that I'm here, but I'm glad I'm here because there's no place else I'd rather be than hanging out with you guys screaming into a closet. Because if I wasn't with you, I would be here by myself, yelling at my television and screaming into my closet. So we got 2 shout outs yesterday, one from Howie Carr and one in the Boston Globe. And thank you to Kat Fortheringham. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but she is the one who pointed the Boston Globe reporter in my direction. She was also quoted in the Boston Globe yesterday. And so the world is watching, and here we are. However, yesterday the super chats were flying. I tried to put all of them up on the screen. If there were any questions, I tried to answer them all. There was one I missed. And so GV Lynn, I'm very sorry. GV Lynn sent $5 and said, Chloe could have bit off his shoe and that's why they hit it. Actually, now that I look at it, I'm pretty sure I did put it up on the screen at some point yesterday, but Jeannie, I'm sorry, it's Jeannie Lynn, if you didn't see it, my apologies. And sure, that could have happened. Chloe could have bit off his shoe. I mean, we certainly know that Chloe bit his arm, although we're going to hear from some Commonwealth expert who's not even a medical doctor. We're not even really sure what his specialty is because while he's been qualified as an expert to testify in many courthouses, we still don't know exactly what he's an expert in. His name is James Crosby. It's a hair day today. His name is James Crosby. And he's going to come in and I guess they said they found Chloe. Do we know if it's the real Chloe? I have a question too for my dog lovers out there and anybody who may be a veterinarian or anybody who may chip dogs. Let's say this is hypothetical. It's hypothetical. Let's say your dog passes away. Can you take the chip out of that dog and put it in another dog? I have questions about this. Okay. Because many people have surmised that Chloe was not rehomed, that it was actually deceased. And I do not call pets it. I don't know anybody else who does, other than Nicole and Brian Albert, who allegedly rehomed their family dog of 9 or 7 years, Chloe, after the murder of John O'Keefe and after Chloe had apparently another attack with another dog, attacked another dog. And even though Kevin Albert, Brian's brother, who worked for Canton PD, and Lana, if you're here, Olivia, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but Kevin Albert, who is with Canton PD, try and keep up, reached out to the victim of the dog on dog attack of Chloe and said, what do we got to do here to make this go away? What do we got to do? And Coco said, Coco Albert, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe's sister, homeowner, wife of Brian Albert, said that we know where the dog is. We rehomed the dog on the stand. And that was news to the defense because they had to fight like hell to even get the Canton Town Control animal records. And she said on the stand, we know where Chloe is. We rehomed her. And Nicole, not enough coffee. Nicole and Brian Albert called Chloe it when they referred to her on the stand. And Nicole Albert said, "What? We rehomed her. I met the woman halfway. I know exactly where she is, exactly where it is, unless it is ever needed in the future." And so the eyebrows went up on the defense team, and they're like, "I'm sorry, what? You know where Chloe is?" We had to make how many motions to try and even get those records. And then Jim, an amazing neighbor who was at the site view the other day or near, has lived on Fairview for 40 years, was interviewed by Matt Johnson. I played the interview, I think, twice on 2 different shows because I couldn't believe it. I was watching the show live because I was on Court TV that night, and I was shocked. I was in shock and horror when Jim, the neighbor, came on camera and Matt said, do you know of any and he was referring to wild animals. And first of all, Jim said, he was talking about the Karen Reed case, and Jim said, well, she's innocent. I mean, obviously that man was not hit by a car. You can clearly see the dog bites on his arm or something such as like that. I'm summarizing, as Kathy would say from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. And then Matt said to Jim, who's lived on Fairview for 40 years, do you know, are there any like animals around? And I think what Matt was getting at, because Vinny has said a couple times, maybe he got attacked by a coyote. I don't know. People have surmised that. And Jim said, oh yeah, Chloe bit 2 of my friends. In fact, they're on the witness list. And I don't know if they're going to testify, but they're going to come in. And he said, and we all knew about them. Them, I guess them. He meant the Alberts. But was he happy that the Alberts moved away? Kind of seemed like it. Yeah, any dangerous animals around? Yeah, Chloe. Oh, we all knew Chloe. We all knew about them. So, Jeannie Lynn, that was a very long roundabout way to answer your question about could Chloe have bit off his shoe and that's why they hit it? Well, maybe. Or my theory has been, and this is just a theory, this is my opinion. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to them. I have opinions and I share them with you, always based on my 30 years plus of litigation experience as a civil litigator in New York state and federal courts and, common sense and such. We know because Kerry Roberts told us, and Jen McCabe has also told us, that John O'Keefe did not let people wear shoes in his house. He maintained a shoeless home. And there are many people who do that. I will say many people in California do that. I'm bi-coastal. And Californians love a shoeless house, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe to insinuate that because when they went back to One Meadows that morning, which first of all was ridiculous, but Kerry's a take charge kind of person, according to Jen McCabe. And they both took their boots off. They took 2 minutes to take off their boots. Shows how upset they were that their friend was missing. And Karen did not take her shoes off. Therefore, she must have killed him because she knew he was never coming back. And so she didn't need to take her shoes off. And yeah, if you think that's crazy, it's crazy. But Adam Lally used it in his closing during the last persecution of Karen Reed, which resulted in a hung jury. If John O'Keefe maintained a shoeless house, which we know that he did, although they don't do it anymore, according to Kerry Roberts, wouldn't he, as a courtesy, have taken his shoes off at 34 Fairview when he went inside the house? I think so, because we know that Nicole, or Coco Albert, was cleaning all the time. She loves to clean. Everyone's talked about how she loves cleaning. Oh yeah, when we got home, my mom was cleaning like she always does. She's a cleaner. She's a cleaner, Carrie's a talker, and Jen's a, I don't know, fill in the blank. You can decide after you see her testimony in full. But she also testified, Nicole Albert, during the first trial, that inside the front foyer, there's a bench where people take off their shoes. When John O'Keefe went into the house, wouldn't he have taken off his shoes as a courtesy? I think so. I think he would have, especially if he's so offended by people not taking off shoes in his house, right? It was snowing. It was wet. Wouldn't he have taken his shoes off? Yeah, probably. Maybe they couldn't find his shoe, perhaps, or something like that. And had to, maybe when they found it, toss it out there the next morning. I don't know. Coco did like shoes off too, right? I mean, it's a theory. It's a hypothesis. Also, something else that occurred to me while I was up all night thinking about this, as I often am, as are many of you. Why did we learn anything about whether or not John O'Keefe's phone was wet? Because if it was out there in the elements all night, like they want us to believe that it was, from something like 12:30 a.m. until 6 a.m., wouldn't it have been wet and wouldn't it have shut down just from the moisture and the snow? I don't know. Wasn't there an issue sort of like that in Delphi with a wet cell phone? Or am I conflating my cases now? That could be true as well. And so I have questions about that. But never fear, because Ian Whiffen put the phone in his freezer. God save us.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over,
Oh.
Your Honor.
Good.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, Chaka.
Yes.
We're in the land of the lost.
You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe. And then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously, this was a admission of the party opponent and its statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay is hearsay. If you want to get clips in, do so. I would hope the connection to that, as long as they were in context, and if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday,
Evidence of motive. Evidence that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe because Bella's mom was put in her head and she was in such a jealous rage about a woman that John O'Keefe used to date that she killed him. Okay, go with that, Hank. When you ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing to lose, and you ain't got no motive, so you might as well try that one.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Bella,
different than
Bella's mom.
yesterday.
Okay.
All right.
Um,
And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and. the
Yeah,
positive-
that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay.
All right. You're
Why
all
not?
set.
Yes. Yes.
You are
Dr. Wolf's Potato Cannon. Yes, walls come tumbling down. That is on the playlist. We have a Spotify mixtape for the Karen Reed trial that we started during the first trial. It's something like 9 hours of music. So it's in the show notes linked below this video if you choose to download it. I think over 700 people have saved it to their playlist already. Dr. Wolf's Potato Cannon, tuning in from Australia because the world is watching. And you are the world and you are watching. Happy birthday, Erin. What a birthday gift you're going to get with AJ crossing Jennifer McCabe today. That'll be fun. Hopefully they'll get to it. Trisha, good morning. Looking forward to today's cross and Melanie's excellent play-by-play commentary. And I'll scream it 3 times. Karen Reed is innocent. Karen Reed is innocent. Karen Reed is innocent. I called her Jenny 3 times. Jenny 3 times on my thumbnail this morning because she says everything 3 times. And it reminds me of Jimmy 2 times, right? Get the papers. We got to get the papers because I say that all the time too. And that was Jimmy 2 times from Goodfellas. So today she's Jenny 3 times. And you too will see that she says everything in 3s because number 1, language experts will tell you that that's what liars do. And number 2, she thinks the more times she says it, that means it may be actually true. Trisha said, it looks like I have to say it again. Once Karen Reed is innocent, twice Karen Reed is innocent, thrice Karen Reed is innocent. Sending all good vibes for a great cross. Thank you, Trisha. I appreciate you for your 20. And just for watching, not for your 20, but I appreciate your 20. Misty and Eddie, thank you so much. I'm so tired of Colin Albert's attorney trying to convict Karen Reed on Vinnie Politan's show. Yeah, his name is Joe Krowski Jr., I believe. Joe Krowski Jr. And he's got a father who's Joe Krowski Sr., who I think is good friends with Michael Marcy. I don't know. I can't be sure. I've heard. things that I've heard. And Misty and Eddie is what they called Mr. Yannetti one day on closed captions, and it has stuck. But yeah, he's on there every night talking about it. And no one's ever said, aren't you calling Albert's lawyer? Because I would say that if I was on with him. Jen's trying to wrap a bow around the entire story, says Holly Johnson. She makes my blood boil. You are not alone. Be not afraid. Thank you, Holly. Krista Ray, gifting memberships, you can do that on the bottom.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Coney, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Can someone help Krista Ray? Because I'm not really sure. Hit the $sign at the bottom of your phone. It depends if you're on a phone or a
Good morning
computer.
again, Council.
Thank
Good
you,
morning,
Krista, for
Ms.
wanting to
Reed.
gift.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Here is Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard. If you know, you know. Says Mary McCabe, Miss Cupcakes. Good morning. Good morning, Roseanne. Thank you for your super chat. Nicole has been listening to Paris Ray and the Crush. That's awesome. She's great, right? The band is great. They're great. And we wish them all the success. Thank you so much, Nicole. And Sweet Lou gifted a membership. Thank you, Sweet Lou.
Still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning,
Oh,
Ms. McCabe.
thanks on top.
Good morning.
And Hot Mess Express. Hot Mess Express. What a perfect timing. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. The glow up is real.
I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 to the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
This is a screenshot from a video of dash cam footage of a MSP or Canton cop who went to do a wellness check on the children in the morning. Karen, I think, was at the hospital. Nobody else was at the house, and the children were not at the house either, and everybody knew it. So the fact that they even went and did a wellness check is sus and unnecessary. However, they want everyone to believe that this right taillight is completely busted out. They have no metadata for this video, and I don't see it. It's caked in snow. That's all I can see. but that's what they're going to try and get everyone to believe. And they're having her authenticate this photo, which to me is, I guess that's how they do it in Massachusetts, just like always. Sure, could have. He could have dropped his phone in the yard.
You mentioned
Possibility.
earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
The guy leads like crazy. His own
What
witnesses.
did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to?
You ready? Listen.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Is the man PS down in the snow? That's what you're going to hear.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is Corvallis, emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to third floor, third floor Fairview Road, we can't now, there's a man trapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you can't let you go. You can't get it all, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to have the rest of the line.
I could keep going, like, you know, that area in 60, okay? Okay. I know. Where's the blanket? I don't keep blanket carrying.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to third floor Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
Is it so 34?
Yes, third floor, the Alpha resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
Third floor Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911, that's not your order, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and
What else? He's gonna get here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend's name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Terry? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to keep his body and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. They just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay. They don't
He's
feel
gone.
comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way.
I want to pause this for a second because this channel does not have the closed captions. The audio on Boston 20, NBC 10 is lower, but I think we need the captions, don't you? So we're going to flip over to Boston 10, which means, as usual, I need to modulate my volume. So do you want to listen to the 911 call again? Because there's a lot of stuff in there if it's the first time you've heard it, and I think we need to hear it again. She says, there's a man PS'd out in the snow. And the second time she says, there's a guy unresponsive in the snow. This is a man that she's going to say that she loved so much for 10 years. And think about that. How much did she love him? And then you heard her testimony yesterday when she said, well, yes, I couldn't believe it was him. He was frozen and I couldn't believe it was him. And, I think I knew he was dead. We've been analyzing this 911 call for a long time. She's been well prepped. She's had media training. She's had a glow up. She's had a makeover, all of it. She's tried to make herself look a little bit softer. And now we've heard her testify, oh, yeah, well, I think I knew he was dead. Well, yeah, because you Googled how long to die in cold at 2:27. So maybe you knew how long it was going to take, number one. And number two, you have to have an excuse for why you said that to 911. She also says he got out of the car. He got out of the car. And he says, you know how long he's been there? And she says, I don't know, maybe a couple of hours. Think about that. So let's modulate volume first. It is lower, right? The audio sounds like it's sped up. It does. You're right. I don't know why, but it does sound like it. I checked my own settings to see if I was sped up, and I'm not. So like Howie Carr said, if you're new here, we stop and we explain as we go along, because if we had to do it at the end of the day, we'd be here all night. So hang on. She said, and she says, they flipped him over, or we flipped him over. That's right. That part too. So listen for that. Listen for that. And I don't think she's ever testified, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, because we've been here for over a year doing this. Has she ever admitted that, or testified that she did the chest compressions? Because my thought about that was perhaps maybe her DNA was on him and she needed a way to explain it. But here we go. Taking it back so that you can hear the captions. I may have to lower my own volume. Let me know.
The chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Yeah, it sounds like they sped it up to make her sound more panicky. That's a great comment.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for McLaughlin.
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road, Vietnam, the Indian tapped out in the snow.
You can't hold on, but you can't let you go. You can't do no, okay?
Yeah, no, I did that.
You have to tell us about that on.
I can keep going. Like, you're going to get area 15, okay? Okay. I know.
You can hear Karen screaming in the background. Jen, Jen.
I don't think like the parents.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident. Yeah, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
The Albert residence, she said.
Camden, Mass, yeah.
911 is under where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay,
What else? He's gonna get here, okay?
You got to get her.
What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
We just flipped him over. Did you hear that? We just flipped him over. Taking it back.
What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Who's that in the background? Somebody just said, I've never heard a 911 operator ask that ever. Who's that in the background?
It's girlfriend's name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
His name is John O'Keefe. So she's telling them his name. Do you think Canton PD knows where every cop in town lives? I'm pretty sure they do. She never mentions once that he's a boss, that he's a police officer. Brother in blue, down, send help.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know.
How long has he been outside? She says, I don't know. Now listen to what she says next.
I don't know. He got out of the car and
He got out of the car. Did you hear it? He got out of the car.
I don't know. He got out of the car and a couple of hours.
Maybe a couple of hours. He got out of the car maybe a couple of hours. Explain that.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Terry? Is he? I don't know if he's women. There are two women trying to, it could be party and then circle.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we have the fire department going, they just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing either? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay.
He's gone. She says, he's gone. There's a Grateful Dead song. He's gone. I got to put it on the list. I saw some comments flying by. Why can't they object? They've admitted this. I mean, several times. It's been stipulated too. It's an authentic 911 call. She's authenticating it. They can't object to it. Why would they? It helps them, in my opinion. And you can hear Karen, how frantically she's screaming in the background. And you mean to tell me Brian Albert couldn't hear that from inside his house? He's a trained first responder, Boston police officer, member of the very high level Boston Fugitive Task Squad unit. He was on a reality show called Boston's Finest. Do you think these guys ever sleep deeply, ever? They're always on alert, right? He didn't hear it. Hear that again. Oh, object to the speed. Object to the speed. Yeah, I don't know if we've always heard it slowed down, and I don't know if anybody's listening, but it sounds to us like it's on 1 1/4 speed or 1 1/2 speed. Thank you.
How to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
He's gone.
Okay.
Can you guys do CPR? Carrie said she was certified every 2 years, so she knows CPR. Oh, my freeze game on point already today.
Feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
He said, do you feel comfortable doing so? Doing CPR? And she said, no. And then she said again, I think he passed away. Right. No windshield wipers. Can't hear the windshield wipers, right? Here again.
Okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's defining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
Okay, you guys do CPR, and if anything changes, call me back. Don't they usually stay on the phone with you while you're doing CPR and instruct you on how to do it? I mean, not every trial I've ever covered, every 911 call, they're like, stay with me on the phone until they get there. I don't know. Want to hear that again? I know there's some 911 operators and retired 911 operators in the chat.
And if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm right up front. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know.
She doesn't say send an ambulance, right?
I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He has been out.
I don't know. He was out drinking. Hear that again. I heard the part about her not wanting to do CPR twice. We already rewound that one, Kathleen.
I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
Kerry, you got to get off of him? I thought it was Kerry screaming at Karen to get off of him. I thought Jen testified that it was Kerry screaming at Karen to get off of him. And she says, Kerry, get off of him, right? Is it me? I don't think this is Sergeant Good. I think this might be Central. Well, first I think that she called the main line and then they transferred her over and I'm not sure to where. So no speculation in the chat, only if you actually know the actual facts. Okay, listen, hold on.
I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He has been out.
They had been out. I don't know. They had been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, like I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how long it's been.
Okay, is there any?
They had been out drinking. Yeah, but they had been out. And then it's like, she says, but it was a long time ago. Hold on. Don't go by the captions on this. You really got to listen with your earbuds. Hang on. This is a longer version of the call than we heard in the one that was attached to the Can PD audit report.
He had said out, so he said out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago.
But I'm talking hours ago. They had been out, but I'm talking hours ago.
And I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from
Bleeding from the face. He says, is there bleeding? Maybe he hit his head. And she said, yeah, there's bleeding on the face. Take that back.
drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yeah.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the ones that you're doing.
How big is the pool of blood, if there is one? I don't remember hearing this call, or I don't remember him saying that. How big is the pool of blood, if there is one? That's what he says, right? Yeah, the captions are terrible, but that's because the audio on this call is terrible. Listen.
Hey, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yeah.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the ones that you're doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, but we're working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Just give it a call back if he becomes responsive. We're on the way. Meaning what? If he's already dead, we're not going to put the sirens on. What?
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, but we're working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't they ask her details? Why don't they ask what's her name and phone number? How do they not ask her details? I don't know. I have issues with this call.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
It's a loaded question.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock.
Horror, shock and
My
horror.
heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators.
Except give them your information. Helpful. She has used the word helpful in her testimony at least like 5 times. Right? Yesterday she was helpful. I just wanted to be helpful. I just wanted to be helpful. I let Carrie take charge. I just wanted to be helpful. I was here to help. She's wanting to be helpful again.
But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
Oh, they've been watching.
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus
Officer down.
John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was
Because you had to get your story straight. You had to get your story straight before you gave the story, right? With the family meeting and your little circle and the timeline. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Because it wasn't, you didn't have the story ready yet. Listen to this again. They've been watching every night. I know. I turned up.
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow
Specific.
versus,
How about
you
cop?
know,
How about
John
officer down?
O'Keefe and
How
into a
about
story.
Boston cop down? Send help quick. The fact that this investigation and this 911 call was made for a dead brother in blue horrifies me. You were horrified? I'm horrified too.
I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911
That did it.
operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly
Lots of
little thing
jokes.
between friends.
Lots of jokes like Raining
When
Men.
you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then
So he was still actively bleeding, so he was still alive. So he couldn't have been out there that long, right, Jen? And also, Jen, weren't you yelling for Kerry to get off of John? Because we just heard you yelling, Kerry, get off of him. But we got to pin it on the girl, not that girl, the other girl.
Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
There was vomit.
You described what
There was vomit in his mouth, and there was vomit in his boxers. You'll find that out later if you haven't watched this trial before. She wasn't worried that he was going to choke on his blood, that he was going to choke on his vomit. And also, he was still bleeding. According to this witness, who wants you to believe that he was hit and killed and incapacitated at 12:30 and had been out there for 5.5 hours, he would have been frostbitten. There was no frostbite. And he would not still be bleeding because dead people don't actively bleed. It's true. You don't have to believe me. Wait until the medical experts come on. Listen. And that's why she said they just flipped him over. Maybe she's going to say because they moved him on his side because they were afraid he was going to choke on his blood.
That he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
So he was moved.
Before he was.
They did not ever talk about him being moved in the first trial, right? Lally never, ever said that they moved him.
Moved, did you see any active bleeding? Or after he was moved? He was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
They're watching every night. How long were you there? How long were you standing over him? Did you go over there and take a look at him? How long did you look at him? What did you do? Did you put your face up right next to him? How do you know that he wasn't bleeding? Because the video doesn't show her ever going over to his body. So she must have gone over to his body, allegedly, before she even made the 911 call, right? How much time did she spend over there? Did she really go over there?
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over
2
to
times.
John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
Ping pong.
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More often.
You were trying to save him, but you already told 911 twice that he was dead. And he'd been out there for a couple of hours. But now you're trying to help him? Save him? Okay.
Officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him?
Jenny 3 times. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
She made 2 phone calls to her sister, Nicole. One was 8 seconds and one was 9 seconds or something such as like that. She only mentioned one. She said she didn't answer, but a 9-second call?
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was.
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
Where's the timeline, Jen? You have a timeline.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Bullshit.
It's
How many times do you think she's watched the first trial? What's the over-under on that? How many times? All of a sudden, she remembers nothing. She made a timeline. She has her phone extraction. She has memorized every detail of this case, but it gives her plausible deniability to not commit perjury when she says, I don't know, I don't recall, I don't know, I don't recall. Last trial, she knew everything. This is interesting. They know the feds are watching.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer
Lank.
Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children?
Well, that's kind of interesting because you went to his house the next day. And you said, I spoke to Officer Saraf and an Officer Lank to distance him from her, and Officer Lank, like some guy named Officer Lank. She was in his driveway the next day with Kerry Roberts with some big made up story about dropping her daughter off, and the wife came out and sat in the car, and texting her family group chat. Don't text about it. I'll find out more tomorrow. Tomorrow she's in Lank's driveway. Okay. And did you hear how she's a guy, an officer Lank? I'm going to take that back because then she's asked, do you know him personally? Oh yeah, I know him personally. Then why is he an officer? And Officer Lank, just like there's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. Just trying to give them specific details. Yeah, that's real specific, babe. Officer Saraf is wimpy from Popeye. I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank.
An Officer Lank.
An Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
He's the Albert
Children
fixer.
Ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to
I'm
speak.
sorry. So recently you've been associating with him? He's like the Ray Donovan of the Albert family. He's been inserting himself in family business, this Sergeant Lank, for decades. Because you will hear about the Lopalato brothers. Did you ever associate with each other? Not until recently. Oh, really? How recently have you been hanging out with Officer Lank? They must have something, and she must know it or be afraid of it, because a year has passed since her last testimony. And what we know from the filings in the Aiden Carney case, they haven't been so careful with their tracks and their payments. Listen.
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all
Not
yourself?
touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Yes, I the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to.
She just found her dead boyfriend. You're trying to make her seem crazy. Anybody in the chat think that somebody who just found her boyfriend dead and screaming and yelling and being hysterical would be out of the ordinary? Or is a very sedate 911 call about a guy passed out in the snow and a man unresponsive, but she's trying to make Karen look like a crazy person? Let me know if it's landing with you.
Work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door.
Yes, just remember what Kerry testified to the other day.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, "Could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids?" She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, "Go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
Oh, so now she's telling you to Google it when you're outside the car. Wasn't it last time they were inside the car praying? I slowed the chat for you guys. Okay. We're going to take that back and listen to her story again. What car were they in? They were in a patrol car? There's no footage of that. The story keeps evolving. Yep.
Being a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of was.
We all sat in the back of the car. No, she has to remember, because do you think she watched Kerry Roberts' testimony the other day? Because she did call her to wish her good luck on her day 2 of testimony. She's not supposed to be watching anybody else's testimony. But got to remember the timeline, got to get the story straight. And Kerry testified that she was not sitting in the car with them, that she was standing outside. But she almost slipped.
We're just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you
Changing
outside?
the story.
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside...
But here's the thing, Jen. You didn't Google hypothermia. You didn't Google hypothermia. You Googled how long TIDINCIKD, which I suggest to you would give you a suggested search for the thing that you were looking for, because Google's really smart. You wouldn't have to then type it in again, spelling it the same exact way that you spelled it at 2:27 a.m., right? And they must have figured out, because we've been talking about it for a year, that there is no footage on the scene from 6:23 and 6:24 when those 2 searches were made that show where she was. So now she can say she was outside the car.
Of the car with the defendant, and she had asked...
Skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
You didn't search hypothermia at all. The phrasing of that question gives her an opportunity to answer that honestly, because she did not Google hypothermia. She did not. She Googled how long to die in cold. That's not the same thing as Googling hypothermia. Prove me wrong. So when he says, did you ever Google hypothermia before? She can honestly answer no, because she didn't. Because at 2:27 a.m., she Googled how long to die in cold, which is the same way she spelled it in her second Google search that morning. And she wants to throw MS in there just to get some sympathy, which is gross. Right? But there was somebody in chat yesterday who said, listen, I'm watching this trial for the first time and I find her to be very credible. And I don't know how the jury's taken this, because they really don't understand what's going on here yet.
Week.
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search.
It was only a minute
And
later.
again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about
Crazy. She's
the next
crazy.
thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Is he dead? She
the
hasn't said I
defendant
hit him
move
yet.
somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point,
She's good.
at some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
3 times.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
How many
Were you
times did
trying
she
to
say
look out for her?
crazy?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Were you trying to look out for her? Were you trying to look out for her? Objection. She said, yeah, sustained. Look at the closed captions right now if you're not looking at your screen. It says Joker with a capital J, as in the character. You can always give differently. And she's got her tongue sticking out. Jenny 3 times. Why all the period talk? Why all the period talk? Because they also said she was asking for a tampon in the hospital and she didn't want to give a urine sample because she didn't have any privacy. Why are they all trying to stick to the period story? Why would she think she had her period if she had blood on her hand? Like, it's just ridiculous. This whole thing is ridiculous. And I don't believe it. I thought she was just talking crazy. How many times has she said crazy? The period part is in the original police reports. So that's not new. But they're building on it now because now they're saying she asked for a tampon or something in the hospital and she wasn't getting any privacy.
Why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Were you trying to look out for her? Do you think she was trying to look out for her?
I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
Yeah, strike it.
What
They've
was
already
your
heard it.
motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
Look at her looking at the jury.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at side.
Look at that eye roll. Karen was hysterical, and then she just rolled her eyes. So come back to your screen because we have a second. See, even Howie Carr said we always have time to fast forward through the breaks. Hysterical, hysteria comes from, I don't know, hysterectomy. It's like they used to think women were crazy, and she's still using it. And she'll use every derogatory term she could think of. She was hysterical. She was irrational.
What was your motivation for trying to
Motivation.
interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I
Move
roll.
on.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
What is your motivation, Ms. McCabe? What is your motivation in any of this? What is your motivation for the timeline? What is your motivation for getting your story straight? And why is it today that you can't remember the time of anything? There's Jim, the court clerk.
Who Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any...
I'm sorry. There's a dead man on the front lawn. It's a crime scene because we don't know what happened yet, right? Or how he died. I don't know. I'm not law enforcement, but do you think the law enforcement would really tell her to go inside the house? Oh yeah, go inside the house. Make sure everybody's up and okay. Go make sure everyone's okay. He worked for the Fugitive Task Squad unit, dealing with dangerous criminals on the daily. Do you really think that nobody thought there could be people dead inside the house? Hold on.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Lank asked yes.
Officer Lank.
Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
Yeah.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to
Right.
speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, it was locked.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house,
and a member of the Fugitive Task Squad unit leaves his front door unlocked. You believe that? Okay. Got a bridge to sell you.
any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
And she
Any
slipped and said,
sign
yeah,
of
it was
any
locked.
movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
You knocked on the bedroom door. Where was Chloe? Was Chloe barking? Was Chloe in the room? Because they say they keep the dog in the bedroom. Was Chloe barking? Why didn't the barking dog wake them up with all the activity going on outside and the crazy woman screaming? Why wasn't the dog barking? Why didn't the dog wake them up? And the whole world is going on around you and you don't know what happened. Is that consciousness of guilt? I don't know.
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
She said, I think we found John. I think we found John. They didn't know John was missing. That was a huge slip. They didn't know John was missing. I think we found John. Listen. Oh, she tried so hard, but boy, did she just, that was a big screw up. Listen.
He was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe.
Okay.
We found John. We found John. He cuts her right off. You don't need to describe what you said. But here's the thing. We found John. They didn't know John was missing. Why would she say we found John? They didn't know John was missing. She never got through to her sister, she says. She didn't call anybody. She didn't find out John was missing allegedly until Karen called her at 4:53 a.m. from Kaylee's phone. We found John. That's huge. I need to shut up now because I don't want her to. Karen didn't call Nicole. Karen did not call Brian Albert and Nicole Albert. Why would she be telling Brian and Nicole Albert we found John?
Again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did. He did. Yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband Matt had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
I'm going to full screen this for you because it's too hard to see.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman?
The timestamp says
Could you stop there?
6:15.
Person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Okay. Continue, please.
Boy, she's really engaging them. She's telling them everything.
Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please.
Hold on. Which one is she saying is Katie McLaughlin? I mean, I see Karen. I see
Stop, please.
Jen.
Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop.
So that's Katie in
At
the,
that
in the
part,
yellow coat.
is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue.
Oh, is this when she said, I hit him, I
Stop.
hit him, I hit him, but there's no
Do you
audio?
see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes,
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
We can't see him speaking to somebody else, but I guess they're going to say that's why he didn't hear her screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Got it.
Continue, please.
This video looks like it's been cleaned up. It used to be much more blurry, right?
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
If you look at the original police report, Katie McLaughlin says to her, do you know how he got those injuries on his face? And it says, to which she replied, I hit him. On his face? Did she smack him across the face when she was in the car with him? I don't know, but that's what it says in the report.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue,
This
please?
is at 619. 47. Is this the car that they could allegedly sit in? Did the ambulance leave? Yeah, John was in the ambulance at 6:15. Yeah, that's when they were moving him in. Right? Let it play to 6 when did she make those searches? 6:27 and 6:28? It's only 6:20. So 7 minutes from now she's going to say Google hypothermia? Yeah. Mhm. Thank you, Miss Adventurous Book Mouse and Conserva Knitter for your super chats. Amy Lou. Dr. McGill.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
It says 6:21:20. She's talking to herself.
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine.
She's whispering to
We
herself,
could
trying to
move
figure out the
forward to
timeline.
6:23:40, please.
Because that's when he knows that she Googled it. 6:23:40. Oh, the smoke's coming out of her ear. She's thinking hard. Thank you, Chris, for a Grateful Dead lyric. Rat in a drain ditch, caught on a limb. You know better, but I know him. He's gone.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
It is now 6:24:10.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
Carrie testified she didn't hear you say. She didn't hear Karen say, Google hypothermia. Yeah, Al Dente points out that Higgins saw good at the police department at 1:30 a.m. Good nose is what Al Dente says.
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Brian Elbert never came out of his house. Yeah, he hasn't asked her about finding the cell phone underneath him. Wouldn't Carrie have mentioned that to Jen? Thank you, Paul.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Nobody else can.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
We found
we move
John.
forward to 6:39, please.
Laura, John needed directions to that house because he had never been there before. It's Jen McCabe's sister's house. Thanks for your super chat.
Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Turn the lights back on.
After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts.
What time did your husband get here? Did she already mention Matt coming? Because I did wander. My mind wandered for a few minutes, but Lank spoke to your husband? What time did Matt get there?
Spoke to my husband. After Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lank said that I needed to, one of us had to stay at
Why?
Fairview
Why?
to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and
Donuts.
then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
And they're the
When she
parents
arrived,
of
did you
Colin
talk to
Albert?
her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
Supportive, second time.
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to?
You were calling Carrie to get updates, but Carrie was on her way to pick up John's parents in like Braintree, right? So how is she going to know anything about John? They're not going to give her any info. She's not a family member if she called the hospital, right?
I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But, you know, this, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information,
If you didn't have Carrie's number and Karen never texted you back, how did you get it? Because she just said that she called Carrie to get updates on John. Okay.
from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up and Chris Albert.
Incidentally, Brian
Did you know
Higgins,
Brian
why?
Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
A lot of hearsay.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
3 times.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state,
Right.
the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
He's the fixer.
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times.
Yeah, you're wrong. You were home by 11.
Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole
lot of comforting going on. She said comfort how many times now? I lost track of comfort and supportive and help. Those are the buzzwords of her testimony. None of these witnesses were interviewed at the police station. None of these interviews were recorded in any way. These interviews were done in groups, some of them. None of them signed any witness statements. So they can now say that whatever Proctor wrote down is not what I said. Because, he's been terminated for bad behavior in this case and bias and corruption. So I didn't say that. He's a liar.
whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
I hit him. Could I have hit him?
Anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
Oh, right.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support
Support.
and
You
our
said you-
sympathy.
More support.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our
Didn't Carrie say her daughter and her son were with her? Not that I remember.
condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like
The car
anyone and
repairman?
everyone.
The car repairman? The car repairman was there? Did he have to quickly repair the damage to the traverse and the driveway? I have questions. The car repairman was there on Sunday. Is the car repairman the same man who took the taillight out? I have questions.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
She was in the hospital.
While you're at
That
the
was
house, did
Sunday.
you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were
Thanks.
heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Um,
Don't give me a name. Kerry's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support.
More
and
support.
condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with...
She was offering you support, but she didn't offer you to come inside the house. It was freezing outside, so instead she sat in the back seat of the car in freezing cold weather. You dropped off one kid. You still have two more kids in the car? Because Carrie said she brought her daughter and son with her. So she dropped off her daughter. Where was Jen's daughter? I have questions.
Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Carrie
When you were having a
testified you did.
conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Why?
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a
Trish.
supportive friend to Carrie.
Trish
At some
has
point,
entered
did you
the
get
chat.
together with Miss Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
So when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes,
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
there were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes,
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Were you cooperative?
yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
Help
May I vote?
again.
Yes.
Help, support. She turned her phone over willingly.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. Moving it as exhibit, I do not objection.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. So he has a problem with the consent form being moved into evidence as an exhibit. We have the ability to FF now.
Yes,
That date had to try to.
Right. Nixon said they're adding the period talk to insinuate she was emotional. It's
After
disgusting.
that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
yes,
And have you discussed it with police over time?
yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Oh boy, this is going to be good. Buckle up, buttercups. Here comes AJ, smooth as butter.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
Last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you asked me what I had for dinner last night, It's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment.
Right.
And
She's looking at the
those
jury.
moments. So, when I got a phone call. And
If you're not looking at your screen, come back and look at your screen and look at the way she turns. Instead of talking to Alan, she's talking to the jury.
no, we've discussed what happened that moment.
Right.
And in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
And then
As
Carrie
you
can
said,
say,
that's your story,
Not
correct?
my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay.
oh, wait, hold on. I got to hear that again. Oh, excellent freeze frame.
And that's my story. That's
My
my
story.
I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
Mhm.
As you said, that's your story,
Not
correct?
my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
That's my
It's the
story.
truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help, and we both answered the phone.
Karen called us for
that
help.
Bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably,
There's the sirens. Dedham Fire
by
Department.
definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Do you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case is traumatized us, so
And
it's a huge
talking
part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant,
That's Dedham Fire Department showing support for Free Karen Reed. And there's another song for the playlist, Time and Time Again by the Counting Crows.
traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions
yeah.
and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
Ooh.
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember
Please, you don't
at
keep a
one
calendar?
point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was?
Why did she just look over to Brennan before she answered that question? Listen, watch. Come back to your screen for 1 sec.
With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so
There it is.
another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who
All
else
right.
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During
over
1 or
him
2
now.
of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there.
Mm-hmm.
And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure.
I'm
Understood.
sure are.
apologize.
A lot of lumps
How many
going on
meetings
here.
would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
Tully.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of
Okay.
these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but
Why would she have a conversation with the DA's office last night over Zoom when she's under oath and she's currently on the stand? That piques my interest and is now being directed even by Alan Jackson not to talk about that. Hmm. I'm interested because Aiden Carney has a court date today. Everybody shut that down right away. Well, he wouldn't be in the courtroom today. He's not allowed in the courtroom because he's charged with intimidating her, so he wouldn't be allowed in the courtroom for her testimony. He may be in the building. Okay.
To
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
by the way, when was most recent?
last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Court asked them to do
I'm
that.
gonna stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't, he showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those are the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Mm-hmm.
How you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that
Sports mom.
Previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
Dress rehearsal.
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
Looking at the jury again.
What kind of pictures did you look at other
Um,
than the dash cam video?
the pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific.
Am I the only one that keeps like their calendar on their phone? You have your phone in your pocket, pull your phone out and tell us when the meetings were and how long they lasted. Come on, it's not that hard. And you knew you were going to be asked these questions. I mean, they asked this in every case. He asked you this last time too. You knew these questions were coming.
Amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case?
Hold on. Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, you talk about your kids together. Have you also become good friends since the last trial? Why would you be talking about your kids and their kids during prep? Hold on a second.
Amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Tully and Buchanan, you're talking about your kids and their kids? Do you guys hang out? Do you invite them to your pool parties?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about your case, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton. I said select board member. Did I mention Canton select board member?
It is in Canton, yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the select board, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened name for Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Trying to show how incestuous.
Your father lives close
This
by in a
is-
neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
And Karen's
That
an
family, that
outsider.
large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Like the one on
Spend
the
weekends
28th.
together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
She looks shell-shocked.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so
Do you, when
Courtney's
you're
best
in your
friends with-
50s, do you have best friends and you're going to tell who's best friends? Okay. So she's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian. Okay.
Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Yeah. Sidebar. Listen, he's trying to show the close ties between the insiders and the outsider. Everyone's related. Oh, Erin O'Keefe is back in court today, sitting next to her husband Paul, laughing with Dougal's wife. I forget her name, but Carl Dougal is Boston PD. Maybe still was good friends with John. That is his wife in the black with the gold buttons on top of her shoulders. That's Mrs. O'Keefe in the blue sweater.
Please rise
Then
for the jury. Jurors right this way, please, with your notebooks.
the jury's leaving. We're sending the jury out. Wait, let me see if they're going on break. Hold on, I gotta read because we're behind. 20 minutes. She said 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors right this way, please, with your
And
notebooks. Chairs.
we can fast forward right through that whole thing. Look at us. Oh, see, Howie Carr was right. This is a great place to watch the trial because we stop, we talk, we explain, we point out inconsistencies. And then when things like this happen, we don't have 20 minutes of dead air. We never have dead air anyway because we always have things to talk about. And they're still on break. And look at us catching up to real time. We're doing it. We did it, Joe. We did it. Okay. Let's go to questions while we wait for them to come back from whatever it is that they're doing in open court. And I don't know, but somebody said she looked terrified. Let's get back to the questions because we have tons of questions and comments and concerns, many of which I already put up on the screen. Michelle says, who is Jim Sullivan? He was on the Commonwealth's first witness list. And John rejected his call at 10:04 that night, but he doesn't seem on the list now. I honestly don't know, Michelle. Does anybody know who Jim Sullivan is and why he was on the list? I do not know. Tag Michelle if you do know. Happy 60th birthday to Brennan and Two Potted Plants, his husband, Rod. Happy birthday, Rod. May the next 60 be better than the first. Melissa says, my two Shih Tzus named Coco and Chloe. Stop, Melissa Hendricks. Call them my baby girls. After this trial, or you had the Shih Tzus already, and it's a coincidence. Could it be the Jim from Court TV? No. No, we know his last name, and it's not that, and I don't want to dox him, so I'm not going to say it. Everyone remember to hit the like button. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Smash subscribe to get us to the 100K so I can get that silver play button. That'll be so cool. Technically, perjury says, so looking forward to Jen McCabe's cross. Tuning in from Norway, because you know what? The world is watching. Looking for the song Warriors by Imagine Dragons for the playlist. All right, thank you. This has to stop says my YouTube channel is the best by far. Was the defense able to get the ring footage from the neighbors? Are you talking about from the night of the incident? Or are you talking about the rock incident from the jury view? If you're talking about the first, the car accident that did not occur, no, they didn't even go looking. They didn't even go looking for ring footage from any of the neighbors. There was the across the street neighbor is a guy by the name of Tom Kelleher, who is the at the time he was the acting deputy chief for Canton PD. And they asked him if he had anything on his ring video, and he said, no, nothing interesting. And that was as far as they went, despite the fact that, again, brother in blue Dead on the lawn across the street. No, nothing to see here, folks. Keep moving on. They didn't even look. Classic Overthinker pointing out that the Raining Men search was on the 27th, not the 29th. Correct. We looked at that screenshot when it was up. Good morning, Long Island. Thanks, Kelly. Once, twice, three times the lady for the playlist. It's not on there yet. Thank you, Sandy. Passion Art to Melanie's Anger Cupid. Fairview killers rumbled. Feds keeping records. Yet they also had a family Discord group, from what I understand. Free Karen Reed, loving your fairness, knowledge, respect. Thank you. Thank you so much for your super chat and from tuning in from across the pond. Can the defense expert use props to show how they came to their opinions? Are you talking about specifically like Garrett Wing with his prop arm? Well, we just saw Ian Whiffen do a, introduce a PowerPoint, and he did an in-court demonstration on the fly about Google searches. So I would imagine yes, depending on if she'll allow it, but she's allowed a lot of things. Kathy O'Grady made an Alessi Scissorhands shirt for you. How do I get it to you? Oh, my email is in the show notes below this video. It's the only one that I use. Thank you. Stephanie Flynn, wonder if Bev will call Jen McCabe Ms. Roberts at the end. That would be funny because she did call Carrie Roberts Ms. McCabe. You're also, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts. That's funny. Thank you, Stephanie Flynn. Mary says Jen McCabe will get defensive once AJ cross-examines her. I hope he asks to treat her as a hostile witness. Well, by definition, she is a hostile witness because he's crossing her. So a hostile witness has to do with when you call a witness in your case in chief and they become hostile, you have to treat them as hostile. But I understand what you're saying. Annie says, hypothesis, Masonic warlock Eastern Star witches chant 3 times. This one isn't a coven, in my opinion, not to offend, to assess. Well, you're offending covens by saying that, but that's funny. Red's daughter, I'll say how Nicole was a clean-aholic. Yeah, she loved cleaning. Is that brought out just in case there was ever questions on why things were so clean, like cleaning evidence? I don't know. Nana says, wet phone, no problem. I ran my iPhone 13 through a 6-hour dishwasher cycle, and I've been watching you for weeks afterward as we speak. Thank you, Gen X, for gifting a membership, and the Goodmans are here, and they've gifted one too. Michelle, Ken Jackson asked her stuff about stuff in the affidavit. You mean the affidavit that was submitted in Aiden Carney's case? I don't think so. That's hearsay. And you have to have a good faith basis to ask it. It was just offered as an exhibit in the motion to obtain more discovery in Aiden's case. So there's that. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict says John's supposedly Jen, good friend. I'm more wondering why she's not more frantic. Oh, Jen McCabe. Karen, I understand. If I'm a juror, I'd be more concerned if Karen wasn't acting that way. Right, if she seemed real. Thank you, Emily, for sending me this Twitter post from somebody named Jen Nicole, who apparently is in the courtroom and says, oh no, she tweeted something from somebody called Penny. Something a bit weird going on as we return from recess. Everyone has been asked to leave the courtroom and even the hallway outside. Only attorneys are inside. Strange. All right. Well, Penny has the deets on Twitter, so I don't know. Interesting. Guess we'll find out. Or not. Claire says, I had to identify my daughter. She was found. I'm so sorry that your daughter was found dead in the hall. It was devastating. I'm so sorry. My deepest sympathies to you. Not fade away. If Karen asked the question of how to Google how long it takes, etc., why don't we just have that dash cam footage to confirm? Well, because, everything went missing in this case. All the Sallyport videos inverted upside down, inside out, because we're in the land of the lost, the Narnia, the Hunger Games of Norfolk County. Mandy says, didn't Jen and Matt ask Tully to see their dash cam videos? Yes. She would have known the time of the 911 call from that. Yes. But she also, come on, Mandy, thank you for your super chat. And from watching from across the pond, she also is so well versed on the facts of this case. Do you really think she doesn't know what time the 911 call was? Of course she does. Why is she feigning? Why is she pretending not to know? She knows all the details. She talks about it constantly with Carrie Roberts. She said so. Thanks, Goodmans, for gifting another 5 memberships. You're amazing. Traveling Mary is here, and she says, so Karen said I hit him in the presence of law enforcement, and they don't take her in for questioning. No, they don't. They don't test her blood alcohol. Nobody smells alcohol on her. I mean, if she's confessing to a crime, don't you think they would have, should have, could have arrested her? Of course. Of course. You see it. I see it. They'll tie it all together. Will the jury see it? We'll see. Ted Daniel also tweeting, there's a private meeting in the courtroom with Judge Cannoni, the prosecution, defense, and members of the O'Keefe and Reed families. I'm told everyone else was asked to leave for the courtroom for that. I'll let you know if we learn what it was about. All right, well, that was from Ted Daniel. Thank you, Traveling Mary. Cookie Harris said Jen slipped from yesterday, so I was thinking maybe John got out of the car and connected with Beatty since he was at a party on the street over. Yes. How did she know that Tom Beatty was at a party on the street over? Sarah, why did Matt McCabe and Kurt Roberts let their wives out there looking for another man in a blizzard? That's what I've been saying. I've been screaming that into a closet, Sarah Sims, for a long time. Thank you for validating me, especially McCabe, since Jen has MS. Yes. Well, you'll see Matt testify if you haven't already, and you'll get it. Becky says, Mel, in the first trial, Paul said he and his parents went to Karen and hugged her, and then the Canton PD got a hold of them. Thank you, Becky's Blue-Eyed Paranormal. The timeline spoke to me is here and says, unpopular opinion, but Brennan is good. He just asked her a question that she didn't know, and he was like, don't guess. That was planned to make her look like she isn't making up stories and honest. Yeah, I agree. Thanks for your 10. Skybell, Melanie, my niece's husband is a DA in Germany. He said what's going on is a total no-go, even by international law. Thank you, Skybell. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict, formerly Darla the Human, says, fast stop. Didn't she say last time she burst into their bedroom? Yeah, didn't she? This time she said she stopped to knock. Right, she did. I remember that too. She did say she burst into their bedroom. Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked need to lock the doors. No need to lock the doors with a killer guard dog, right? She said Brian Albert's home was left unlocked. The front door was unlocked. Becky, the only thing Karen is guilty of is being a good person, helping John with the children while John is playing mind games and text messages. Thank you, Becky. This guy is here and says, my significant other, Melissa S., got me into this channel last year. And I was an OG Turtle Rider, but this is my go-to to stream. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Love me and Bettero. Thank you so much. I have a clip from News Nation from last night. Bettero was on News Nation with Jesse Weber. I don't know how long they're going to be out for, but we can play it at lunch. What happened yesterday and what has happened every day so far is I start playing something over the break and then they come back and I have to stop reading the Boston Globe article like I did yesterday. And Manj, this has to stop. I've had German Shepherds and he would bark and go to the door, especially in the dark. If someone just walks in as friendly as he was, he still barked. Yes. Many people have said that about their German Shepherds as well. Anyone else notice Jen's throat tick driving me insane? Did not notice that, Kimberly. Thank you. Who stays with their sister and brother-in-law as they get dressed? I know I wouldn't. Thank you, Suze, for pointing out something that we know is the thing. Darlene, Hank and Jen have handcrafted this story. Thank you, 007 Texas, for becoming a member. I forgot to include my shepherd would go crazy at the sound of fire and police sirens. Thank you. This has to stop. Brian Steigmeyer, how did Matt McCabe know they were at Fairview Road? Did she say she didn't call him? Because there's a couple of comments with regard to Matt being there. Good point. Dr. Magoo, forget the dog. You were lucky you didn't come face to face with a gun. The 1111, with all those people walking around, you would think someone would have stepped on a piece of taillight. Yeah, of course. Of course. Snow wasn't dense at all. I love you. I love you more. Yeah, nobody found any pieces of taillight other than MSP, and they found them over a few week period. Maria, who and what is put in the back of the SUV at what point? There were some blankets. She had found some baby blankets in the back of her SUV, Carrie did, and then she wrapped them around John's head, and then she shook him out and just put him back into the back of her SUV. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. This was from 1021. I'm a bit behind on these. Becky, that's why Mr. and Mrs. Albert slept so well, because they knew no one was going to go in the house. Bohica, wait, what? The dash camera video from last trial only has GPS info, no timestamp. That's interesting. Mike from Providence. I think I know where this is going, he says. Brian Albert's going to say that Officer Lank told him not to go outside. Well, that's interesting. But he has already testified at the first trial that, nothing was going on out there anymore. There was no reason for me to go out. The scene had been cleared. Nothing was going on, I believe. Thank you, Mike. Kelly Whiteside, has anyone thought that she might have Googled the 227 thing so everyone would know how long to wait to let anyone find him? So no one would find him. Yeah. That is one of the theories. Thanks, Kelly. Random thoughts. The one thing I can't get over is the fact that she was passed out, right? There's a man passed out in the snow. Why isn't she concerned about her sister in the house, making sure she's okay? Yes. Saying that for so long. Thank you. I think our comments crossed. The boiled frog, she said they were trying to figure out what happened, but she said earlier, Karen has said, I hit him. Lies, yeah. Which one is it? I'm sure everything will be pointed out more when they come back for more cross, but there's something going on in the courtroom that they told everyone to leave and even leave the hallway and only had the attorneys in there and the families. So I don't know. Maybe could it be that they're calling in the niece and nephew and they want everyone? I don't know. I don't think Alan Jackson is anywhere near done with John McCabe. It's 11:30 here on the East Coast. We know they like to go to lunch at 1. And we know also that Aiden Carney has a hearing in the same building at 2. So I do not know. Becky, that's how Carrie pushed her way into the investigation by taking John's parents to the hospital to be a spy for the McAlberts. UB40 rat in the kitchen. Thank you, Becky. Kelly, I'm way behind, but this is Brennan's tactic. Use improper form for leading, get objection, then ask proper question, dirty tricks. Done dirt cheap. Well, that's what he does. By asking the leading question, he's giving the witness the answer. It's so obvious what he's doing, right? And then he asks it again, and then they know that the answer to his question is in the question that it was objected to. He's been doing that for a long time. Alicia, Jen does not call Matt. How do you know to come there? I don't know. Who called Matt to tell him to come to Fairview? Jennifer wants to know too. Suze, you know all the details on this, and some others of you in the chat. I thought that she did call him, but I don't know. Maybe she just forgot to say it. Random thoughts. Why run to the car for blankets and not the warm house that you knew was usually unlocked? This makes no sense. Yep. Just one of the many, many, many things. And Jess Machado just tweeted that Paul O'Keefe is in the DA's office at the courthouse. Okay. Dobie Mama says, why would they need to have the car repairman there when John had died? Right. Were they good friends with their auto body guy? I don't know. Is he like part of the family? I do not know. Let me pull up Jess's Twitter and see what's happening. Why is it not coming up? Oh, because it's Jessica. That's why. Jessica is an independent. Oh, no, she's independent. She used to work for Fall River Reporter, journalist. And 1 minute ago, she tweeted, Paul O'Keefe is in the district attorney's office here downstairs. An hour ago, she said all jurors are watching Jen intently. She was on the standby list and she got in today. Something's happening here. Yes, what it is ain't exactly clear. Yeah, I was singing that song the other day too, right? Let me just scroll back a little bit. When all of this started, this was about she says, 6 minutes ago, I'm hearing a bunch of different things, but I can't confirm. And so we don't know. Well, we know. I don't. Yeah, I just said that. Jess Machado has reported that Paul O'Keefe is in the DA's office. That's all I know for now. Till we know more, we won't know more. So we're going to keep going through the questions. Again, car repairman. I don't know. Thank you, Dobie Mama, for asking. Misinterpretation says, has one person said that they comforted or supported her? Yeah, no, just Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe was the comforting support person. Oh, they're back.
Sidebar, please.
Now they're going to sidebar? We're on real time now, you guys. It's very exciting. Great Scott says there's only one reason why the state police would need her phone to delete incriminating searches. There's no other rational reason for them to ask for it. Well, they wanted the communications. Matt McCabe is in IT. Jen McCabe asked them before she turned over her phone if she could delete communications with her children, and they said, okay. A lot of sus.
Yes, please.
Okay, well, maybe we'll find out what that's about. Or that was about. Everyone take a moment to smash the like button. That'd be so nice of you. Look at Private Info with $100 super chat. She was so obviously trained to use the phrase not about testimony to avoid issues. This trial's disgusting. She also clearly, I think, had some media training since the last trial. She's smiling a lot at Alan Jackson. She got highlights. She looks a little bit softer. Her demeanor has changed. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Private Info coming in with a hunch. Welcome, Heidi. And I guess the jury's coming in, so the camera is on the roof. I mean, on the ceiling. Random thoughts, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, I think I said that right. Boris, all the colors drained out of her face when AJ approached. Thank you, Boris. I don't know what that secret meeting was about. Everyone had to leave the courtroom. Everyone's directed to even leave the hallway. Then only the attorneys and the families were allowed in the courtroom. And then some Jess Machado, who's a reporter, tweeted Paul O'Keefe was in the DA's office downstairs. I don't know what's going on. Allie B from Tennessee became a member because she knows what's up. Stacy Face Travels, lip licks, eye blinks, eye shifting. Yeah, truth. There's a lot of tells in her testimony.
Jurors, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here?
Okay, well. Somebody said that Jess Machado said that the reporters can no longer stand back there behind that high top. There's only 10 media passes per day, and they're on lottery. Jess Machado. You can follow her on Twitter. She is at Jessica. At Jess Machado
Jackson,
Show.
go right ahead.
She's live tweeting.
When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
The feds.
Those
FBI.
law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th.
Cue the
2022.
sirens.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton, you knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready. Between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told him that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Oh, no.
Absolutely.
She's always asking for the receipts. She doesn't want to be caught in a lie on the stand under oath again. Perhaps, maybe.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the FBI shows up at her house in April of 2023 to interview her. She's, oh, did you see her just look at the jury? She says, yeah, okay, I just need 10 minutes to get ready. And he says, well, they told you that lying to them, even in an interview, would be a crime, right? And she said, and then he's saying, okay, in the 10 minutes that you told them you needed to get ready, did you call anyone? And they asked you if you called anyone, and you said that you called Matt, your husband.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts. Did you? And she's like, gulp. Well, if you have it, show it to me.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full.
She had it coming. She had it coming. She had it coming all along.
Yourself, and then look up and let me know.
If you'd have been there, you'd have seen it. Yeah, Paul O'Keefe's seat has been moved. He has moved further down the road to the left. Gulp. Reading the report of her interview with the FBI in April 2023. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Why would you call Carrie, right? Why would she call Carrie? The feds are here. No, this has nothing to do with Turtle Boy's case. This has to do with her interview with the FBI in April of 2023 and what she may or may not have lied to them about. Buckle up, buttercups. She usually reads things very quickly, but she's taken her sweet time with this. Has she looked to Brennan for guidance yet? Not yet. She comes up to the tee box with her driver. It's about 3,000 yards to the hole. How many strokes will it take her to get there? Big Bertha can't help you now, babe.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one?
One of the first ones.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband.
Right.
Come home. There's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter our town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to explain.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was
is
your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
She's looking at the jury as she said that.
You have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents.
Wow.
It's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together.
I could barely hear him, but what he said was, so you had no reason to call Carrie Roberts then, did you? Because it's just the truth.
To call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents. Because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer.
Oh,
Go ahead,
she's gonna
Ms. McCabe,
cry.
you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads
Miss
up,
Reed's
hey,
private
somebody's
investigator.
coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire.
If you were just telling the truth, there's no reason for you to call her.
When
In the mic, Alan.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
Because the feds come to your door all the time, like the ice cream truck?
You asked a question,
not on ice cream truck.
an argumentative question.
Good humor has entered the chat.
Next
Was good
question.
humor on your
Thank you.
bingo card? Wholesome American. We're just good
You also
American moms.
testified
Ice cream
in your
truck.
direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions.
Thank you, Sandy, for gifting 10.
After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency,
Why didn't you call your lawyer, Kevin Reddington?
they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I
Yes or
put,
no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or
Look at
no?
the
Yes,
trick.
I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
Some
It's
shade.
the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
Bang, 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 bang.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency,
Law enforcement
the members
agents.
of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mhm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
The jury can't help you.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person
Ooh,
can talk.
she's cracking.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you
Hold on.
questions? At first I thought they were
They weren't friendlies. They weren't friendlies like Lank, the Ray Donovan fixer. She almost said, hold on.
where there are two. Oh,
She was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
The more she talks, the more she's
I
going to
had
sink
said
herself.
no because I'm going to be
honest is what she wanted to say. I'm going to be honest, which is when you know someone is lying. And she probably was told to not say, I'm going to be honest.
Finish your answer.
Listen.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth.
I'm going to be honest.
So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's
non-responsive.
so. Next question is.
Thank you.
Hadn't brushed my
Ms.
teeth.
McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe did something. Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we
Next, yes.
Matt said, you better call back because you lied to the FBI. Biatch, you're going to get us in trouble. Who's going to take care of my kids if you have to go to federal prison? And now they're going to sidebar and Paul O'Keefe is sitting on the other side of his wife, and Erin is looking at the ceiling like she wishes she was anywhere but here. Erin, girl, my thoughts and prayers go out to you. You should not have to sit there through this persecution of Karen Reed. You were friends with Karen Reed. We knew from your testimony at trial 1 that you missed Karen and you were friends with her. And you and Karen bonded probably over the fact that you had a mean mother-in-law maybe, and Karen had to deal with her too. And also that you were dealing with brothers who were likely very, very heavy drinkers. And you probably bonded over that. And then a couple of weeks ago, some shenanigans came out about your philandering husband messaging some woman on Facebook and sending her bathroom selfies and saying he was drunk the morning of his last testimony. He was still drunk when he got on the stand. And it has embarrassed you to the core, Erin, and we are here for you. And the fact that that family is forcing you to sit there, I'm in shock and horror, Erin. I am, and my heart bleeds for you. We're on real time now. It really does. I can't imagine what she's going through. You know, there's a lot of people in the courtroom who I can't imagine what they're going through. Erin is one. Everyone smash the like button because you're so cool. Nightmare on Fairview Street. 1, 2, feds are coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
7, 8, better stay up late. Sinful toaster comment of the day so far. You get the trophy. Maybe later we'll do a giveaway for some merch.
You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten.
A couple of people.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted.
5 people she contacted in those 10 minutes.
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
Oh.
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Wow.
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further.
He's objecting to his own witnesses, you're saying.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay.
Shank. He threw in shank
that
because
right?
it'll remind her of
Yes.
prison.
And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not.
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Did you see the grab ass fighting stance?
Where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
Let's get
I
physical.
would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakitis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together.
Do you know how rattled? See how rattled she is now? This was so perfect that he did all of this. You lied to the FBI in front of the jury before the rest of her testimony, because now she's so rattled she can't even think straight. Her mind is racing. You could see the smoke coming out of her ears. It's almost like she's like, am I going to go to jail? Am I going to go to prison? Are they now going to, are they already planning on prosecuting me for lying to the feds? I don't, what other lies did I tell? She cannot focus on this story at all. And to throw her off her game like that was genius. Genius. Will she throw Higgins under the bus? She's bringing Nick Kolikethis into the whole play fighting thing now. She never said that during the first trial. He has taken her off script. She was off book coming in. She was ready to go, despite the fact that she said, I don't remember, I don't recall a whole bunch of times, like a Peter Gabriel song that's on the playlist below. She's rattled.
Or it's blurry and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh, God, no. No.
Oh, God, no. Where's your crucifix today, babe?
They were engaging with each other playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, play fighting.
For the love of the traveling Mary, I'm going to rewind that. For those of you that were not near your screen, please come back because you need to see. Oh, well, let me take that down so I can screenshot that later. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right. Well done. Love it. Love it. My freeze game is on point as always. You need to see her play acting now for the jury because now she's laughing. Her tan has faded a little since yesterday, but when did she find time to go to Aruba during all of this? I have no idea, but she's very tan for April in the Northeast, in New England, April. Ready? Watch and learn.
Honestly, no.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, play fighting, correct?
Grabbing at each other.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt
I
at
feel
one
like
point.
she's
Yeah,
laughing.
in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian.
Mhm.
Higgins and Brian Albert.
Wait, that's
Those two men,
she
they're
who
not-
was also play fighting with Matt. Hang on. She's really trying hard to engage the jury with her smiles and her pearly whites and her laughing. Now she's just going to laugh it off that she may be under federal indictment soon, but we're not going to miss it.
He did some play fighting myself in the clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video and there was Miss Reed. And I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to
Ms.
Matt.
Reed did some play
There
fighting
was,
too.
in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at
She
one
points
point.
it out.
Yeah,
She goes, "Yeah, I
in
feel
the
like she was
video.
fighting with
So
Matt."
let's talk about Brian.
That's
and
new.
Brian
Mhm.
Higgins and Brian Albert.
Mm-hmm.
Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're the guys, yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance at each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they
Right.
were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
Did you say I have a surprise for you? Come with
Ms.
me. I have a
Reed
surprise
and
for you.
Ms. Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room. And they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures. So, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture.
Oh, bring up the sun and the
Vaguely have a
Marines.
faint memory of that.
Yeah.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Exactly, Mo. Why would he need to call Jen for directions when he was on Waze? Maybe it wasn't numbered right. I don't know. He couldn't find the number of the house. Thank you, Red's daughter. I'll allow it. Lemonade by Paris Ray and the Crush. Added to the
Can you just take a
list.
look,
Yeah, because motions in
at
lemonade.
that photograph, just a quick second.
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a,
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pomsky Momsky, for donating to the Karen Reed Defense Fund and for your super chat. The bucket for Melanie's rolling heads is here. You're all set. Thank you for your super chat. They're marking exhibits and we're a couple seconds behind, so we can FF.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? Exhibit until the other issue can be resolved with the court's permission. It's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
It's a photo of Fairview.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Yep, there it is, the garage door.
Oh, actually, yeah, there is, right there.
Right there next to that side
Did you
door.
hear her?
Yes.
She's
Okay.
just now noticing, oh yeah, actually there is. I've been saying that from the get-go. He walked up the driveway. He didn't know where he was going. He walked it to the door. Somebody said, come to the side door. He walked in that door to the right. It goes to the garage. Come and look at your television, or phone. You can stop your rage cleaning for a minute. Your house will be there when you get back. And oh yeah, there is a door to the garage. It's your sister's house. Brian Albert has lived there his whole entire life, and you've known him since kindergarten. And oh yeah, you're just noticing that there's a door to the garage. Watch.
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Right there next to that side door.
Yes.
Okay.
Busted.
Thank you. May I approach?
Oh yeah. Wow.
You didn't go in the side door. You went in the front door that night.
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
We've looked at the floor plans of 34 Fairview. They're on Zillow. When you walk in the front door, there's like a room to the left, which is like, I don't know, a living room. And then there's that little kitchen area that she's talking about. And then there's a room to the right. Which one? Because Higgins and Albert say they went to look at some photos of his son, the Marine, but Higgins says they went upstairs to a bedroom.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay.
Parked in front of the mailbox.
Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you can describe?
Not that I
What about the
can
plow?
recall.
Big giant snow plow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
They don't have body cams.
You've previously indicated that the back edge of of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
Yeah.
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Licked lips and looks at, I was going to say Lally. She licks her lips and she looks at Brennan for an objection. Watch.
It is. And at any time, before you testified
Just a
at the
question
previous
about the
hearing,
Jeep.
had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Looks at Brennan. Objection sustained. Come on. Stevie Wonder could see what's going on here.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house. That Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When
told you.
When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
Who told you?
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the
So she
Jeep.
pulled in front
So
of the Jeep.
the Jeep was a normal, it's a
Why
full-size
are they
Jeep,
lying about
correct?
this Jeep?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
Oh. Because it's in the report. This is where they're going to say Proctor lied about everything.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Good. Let's pull up the picture again.
Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Proctor's report.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
hmm
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come
To
to
comfort
the
him.
interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the
And
kitchen.
then obviously
Right,
you
yeah.
spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Oh,
Your next question.
Proctor lied. Those are not my words.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
The
And that
inner
includes
circle.
Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak
Since
to him
John O'Keefe's wake?
that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank.
Well, now we know that Higgins and John McCabe should have tossed it in there that she went to the wake, and I guess Higgins went to the wake too.
Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left.
Was it not on the
We talk
timeline?
more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
What about the
Well,
harassment?
what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from
Shock and
Carrie
horror?
about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation,
Help
or
her.
that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them.
like that. And I absolutely told them, but
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't
No big
believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not,
You're
no.
not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. I'm trying this again.
Well, you know that they've precluded the expert witness Michael Easter from testifying, who was going to come in and testify about proper police procedure and how witnesses are supposed to be separated and sequestered before they're all interviewed. And now she knows she can say whatever the hell she wants, and there's not going to be any expert to come in and rebut what proper procedure is. And she looked right at the jury. It strains credulity that we would even have to be separated. There's no reason. We're family. We're family. Watch how she looks over at the jury. Come back to your screen for a minute. She rolled her eyes too. There's an eye roll in there too.
Investigator, correct?
I'm not,
You're
no.
not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the
I didn't think we didn't have to be allowed. We don't ask for permission for anything. It's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission, right? Our family doesn't need permission for anything. We've been decades we've been doing whatever we want. No one's ever stopped us before. We can do whatever we want.
witnesses are. I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then he promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet.
Hey, Irish Pride, are you new here? Are you new here? Because if there's another creator that you would rather go watch that lets you listen and doesn't interrupt, please go do it. This is not an airport. You do not need to announce your departure to the rest of the people on the flight. But the rest of the people on the flight, all 19,386 of them, are here, for my commentary, maybe some comedy. But if you like it somewhere else better, you can go. Really. Thank
at
you.
my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house.
I made a new
alone.
little icon for the top right screen. Every time they start throwing Proctor on the bus, under the bus, I'm going to put his picture up for you so we can see him watching over all of these witnesses because he is the fall guy for them, for the family. He took the fall. He's been dishonorably discharged. He lost everything. His pension, his career, his livelihood. He's disgraced his family, and there he is.
I mean, you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Everything.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April. I
April.
think,
Yes, yes,
2022.
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom?
An anteroom. Oh,
What's an anteroom?
An anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
she went with Carrie Roberts to the grand jury. They were sitting together in the anteroom /lobby/ outside the courthouse, outside the courtroom. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better. What are you going to say? I don't know. What are you going to say when she comes out? What did they ask you? I don't know. What did they ask you? Did you bring the timeline with you? Did you bring the timeline?
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog.
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70 pounder.
I don't know its weight.
70 pounds. I'm just going to point out Garrett Wing, the dog bite expert, is an expert also in Malinois. A lot of his videos on his channel. He has over 2 million subscribers. American Standard Canine. I interviewed him after Jennifer Koffendorfer tried to make me look like a fool on Court TV in January 2024 twice because I said, these are dog bites. Contacted him, and he specializes in Malinois, correct? He probably looked at a picture and said, oh, part German Shepherd, part Malinois.
Pounder. Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog.
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70 pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a full-size German
It's
Shepherd.
a full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
Went in. She knocked. She said she knocked.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34th Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34th Fairview.
Yes.
All the distancing.
First responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs. Is that right?
Yes.
She did. She said, I don't know its weight. And I'm telling you, this is what they use, distancing language to distance themselves from the dog, from everything. The way she talks in present tense about what happened. It's all distancing language. I don't know its weight. You know Chloe was a girl.
She was.
And Carrie Roberts screaming back at her.
Yes.
Shut up, shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's funny, Miss Reed. Something funny, Ms. McCabe?
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Let's rewind the tape on Melanie Little's YouTube channel.
Did you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey.
But you're okay with killing the guy who's you didn't kill anybody, I know. But, you're okay with the dead guy, your dear friend who's on the front yard, but you don't want to give them a heart attack. Oh, wow. Give Me 3 Steps is on the playlist. Mouse in the House? It is. I didn't want to give them a heart attack. But I'm Googling how long does it take to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m.
Think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But
Only 2 times.
You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
What was the dog's
I don't
reaction?
recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that question?
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door,
no
dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I don't
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have
dog.
you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
She looked at him for an objection again.
You said you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right.
You could never bring
Had
your
some
dog
aggression,
over there.
correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. The judge let something in. Hold on. I didn't hear what the objection was. All I knew is the dog wasn't good with other dogs. Yeah, but the dog had bitten someone before John O'Keefe's murder, right? Because they've got that person on the witness list too. I think there were 2 women who went to the hospital over it.
It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your
Possibly
Honor.
with other dogs. Is that your answer? Yes. Next question.
If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house, 34 Fairview, on the morning of the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you.
Did Caitlin take the dog? Oh, Jen, you're not going to lie to save your family this time?
At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Pardon my ignorance. I'm from LA and it never snows out there because it's always sunny in Southern California. I love it. It's a storm door.
Mm-hmm.
Lie unchecked
Can
becomes
we
the
take
truth.
one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit with the court's permission?
Okay.
You're so vain. Good choice, Cynthia. I think it might be on there. I'll check. I have the Bang Bang version of Nancy Sinatra on the playlist, Mouse in the House. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
I forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Yeah.
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
No, she's
When
like
you
at
looked out the door-
2:23. I was home in bed waiting to Google Haas Long to Dying Cold because that was right after my brother-in-law Brian, or Uncle Brian A is how she keeps him in her phone, which is just weird. At 2:22, he butt dialed Brian Higgins, who then butt dialed him back, and that's right before I Googled Haas Long to Dying Cold. So it wouldn't have been 2:23, Mr. Jackson.
Or did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you
Clarify the
did?
record.
The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagels.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window.
It wasn't
saw
Ryan's.
Miss Reed's SUV
Ricky's.
directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I don't know what percipient means.
I believe so. It was very early on.
Bonnie, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes.
McCabe. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Yeah,
Go
let her
ahead.
talk herself into a trap.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm
No.
going to ask you again. You
Sure
knew
wasn't.
all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
You were advised, were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay.
Oh.
If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
She looked at Brennan again before he objects, okay? I mean, you know, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist or anything, but is there some sort of signal system going on? Again, she looks here at Brennan. Watch for the objection. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Scott. Tell me if you think that she's looking at him for an objection. I put Michael Proctor back in the upper right-hand corner for you. Thank you, New Hampshire dude, for your 10.
You don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Look,
Sustained.
come on. It's like so damn obvious to me.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
Oh, really?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Not sure?
Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct? Of what happened that night.
Personal coordination.
What are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
Oh, good. We'll get it for you.
12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
I'm going to scooch a little. We're a smidgen behind.
Transcript that call. Can you read that?
Oh,
All right, why don't you come to council?
Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself?
like to be heard.
I'd like to be heard, says Brennan. Why don't you come to concerts? says the closed captions, but we know she means sidebar. Look at us. We get to skip through the break. This is a screenshot between Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel because Jen McCabe is still putting her timeline together and she wants to know what time her brother was outside. Julie Nagel's brother, and he didn't want to go with her.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank
Take a look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't
Okay.
really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
BS.
I don't
She's
think that's
told.
what she said.
That's not what she said.
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection. asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were these witnesses coached to say, if they show you something and you don't want to answer the question and they ask you if it refreshes your recollection, just say no, it doesn't refresh your recollection, and then it's not coming in. And you see how hard the judge kept it out? Freeze game on point. I'm taking that back. It's important because Ryan Nagel pulls up in a pickup truck with his friend Ricky, who's driving. Ryan Nagel's girlfriend at the time, Heather Maxson, is sleeping in the back seat. They testify that they pull up directly behind Karen's car. How could they do that if that Jeep was blocking the mailbox? They can't. They also testify that when they drive by Karen's car, her interior light was on and she was the only one in the car with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. Now, Jen McCabe, who is the puppet master behind all of this, the orchestrator, the conductor, pulling all the marionette strings, asks Julie Nagel to send her a screenshot so she can now put it on the timeline. So listen to how the judge is trying so hard to protect Jennifer McCabe.
Anything we've been discussing?
Does it refresh your recollection about anything we've been discussing?
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't
Okay.
really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection. asked.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jack.
Wow.
May I approach?
Yes.
Good. Oh, I mean, approach sidebar or approach her? Look at Jen McCabe.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but
That's
in
not
my
question.
memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. This is
Okay,
basically-
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection?
This is timely. So I'm going to bring this up, and because I see a lot of people talking about this in the chat, is that apparently the Commonwealth has filed a motion to revoke Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy's bail, as reported by Jess Machado. And here's why this is important here. First of all, he's been the one speaking out about the Karen Reed case more than anybody since spring of 2023. In Aiden Carney's case, a motion was filed, as we discussed earlier, a couple days ago, for discovery in that case, to turn over all kinds of discovery. There's text messages apparently between the district attorney, Michael Marcy, Tully, Aiden Carney. She removed her post. I don't know. They've made a motion now to revoke Aiden Carney's bail, alleged, according to Jess Machado. In that affidavit that was filed in Aiden Carney's case the other day, this witness, who has just come forward, testified that she is friends with this woman named Kate Peter, who used to work for Turtle Boy, who has made it her life's mission to ruin Turtle Boy's life and get him destroyed. She's also been working for the Commonwealth, allegedly, to plant stories about Turtle Boy, Karen Reed, et cetera, paid by the Commonwealth, $1,500 a month, Cash App. Jen McCabe bought her a sectional, apparently, allegedly. Jennifer McCabe allegedly told this Kate Peter, who told this woman that she told Michael Marcy she's not going to testify unless Turtle Boy is in jail. And so now the breaking news is there's a 2:00 hearing for Aiden Carney's case across the hall from here. And the district attorney, the special prosecutor, may have filed a motion to revoke Aiden's bail. Because this witness, Jen McCabe, has a direct line to Michael Marcy and threatened him at a lunch that she would not testify in this case, the Karen Reed case, unless Turtle Boy was in jail. Okay? So I don't know if it has to do about what it has to do with why they're trying to revoke his bail. But I'm just telling you the backstory is that apparently, allegedly, it's been said Jennifer McCabe refused to testify in the Reed case and told Michael Marcy she wouldn't testify favorably to him unless Turtle Boy was in jail. So the timing is interesting. Not a coincidence, says Mary.
As you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
Sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
yes,
here.
Something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside?
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going
Mhm.
to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
Peripheral.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins's Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it.
Not in
the
Massachusetts.
Higgins's Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Brian Nagel's truck. Then you saw Higgins' Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep?
Where was the
in front
Jeep?
of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
All right, jurors.
Thanks,
we
Tracy.
take our luncheon recess, and then Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors. We'll see what.
Well, lots of breaking news.
Thank you.
Lots of breaking news. The jury's
Goodbye.
going to lunch. We were just a little tiny bit behind. What time is it now? 1:15, almost 1:15. The breaking news is that apparently maybe they're threatening to revoke Aiden Carney's bail. He's got a hearing at 2:00 in this building across the hall, but apparently, that tweet has been deleted by Jess Machado. I saw a lot of you talking about it in the chat, so I wanted to check it out. And we are now breaking for lunch. And sometimes they come back at 1:45. So if anybody knows what time they're coming back from lunch, let me know. Thank you, Tracy Shaw, very much. Getting back to some earlier questions. and gifts. Thank you, Mike, Midnight Mike, for gifting 5. And also Pauline L gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. And a lot of new members today. New members, just note we have special emojis for this trial and also for the channel, including We Are Outraged, The Twilight Zone, Lies, Lies, Lies. Yeah. 2 Twilight Zone emojis. The nope emoji, because when Proctor texted in the group chat, and one of his buddies from elementary school said something like, "Oh, guess the homeowner's going to catch a lot of shit, huh?" And he said, "Nope, he's a Boston cop too." We've got word salad. We've got a shovel, smooth as butter for Alan Jackson. That's a favorite. We've got the puffy coat. We've got some Grateful Dead symbols and some Dave Matthews symbols. We've got some a wait for us from the first trial, and many, many, many more. Many more. Thank you, 18 Wheels of Outrage, for also gifting 5 memberships. And Becky, thank you for gifting a membership as well. The noise in the cruiser is like the laptop that's inside of the cruiser, JLW. And that we learned that the last time we listened to some footage from inside the cruiser. There's a laptop in there. It's some sort of like phone ringing type signal, or it means you have an alert or something. And Brittany wants to know, as someone who's newish to the case, why are the feds watching the trial again? Well, they opened up a parallel investigation to this investigation. We don't know if they were looking into this investigation specifically on the murder of John O'Keefe or the district attorney's office in general. But we do know that District Attorney Michael Marcy was very, very ramped up about what the feds know. And you saw that yesterday during the ARCA, or the day before. Oh, thanks. The tweet is still up. They want to know why the feds are watching. They've announced, well, Canton PD Chief Helena Rafferty announced that the FBI investigation is over, but nobody really knows if it's over. And so why would they be watching it again? Because I don't think that the investigation is really over. Helena Rafferty has since announced her retirement. So there's also that interesting timing, right? One second while I see if I can find that. She just says, in a related matter, I've been informed that the Commonwealth has filed a motion to revoke the bail of Aidan Carney. I'm reviewing the documents now. And so that's all we know for now. But apparently she's got the papers. She's got the papers, like Jimmy 2 times and Jenny 3 times. Let's look at Venmo for some questions, shall we? Miss Marple, thank you for your Venmo. She says getting through the trial without commentary, comedy, and camaraderie would be impossible. Thank you, Melanie. Well, thank you, Marlene. Wow. Angie, Arizona Angie, thank you very much for your very generous Venmo. Says thank you so much for keeping us sane, for an amazing job, and for being so classy and hilarious, and for making me laugh my ass off. Thank you very much. It's an acquired taste. Megan says a normal person in that situation would check on her. Distancing wouldn't start almost immediately. Yep. Well, that your first question, Megan, was did she say earlier, meaning Jen, that she's never spoken to Karen since that morning after texting her for Carrie's number? To me, the lack of follow-up to a friend who just lost her boyfriend almost is an admission of guilt, if you will. She already knew Karen was being framed. Yeah, could go to consciousness of guilt, right? But also, Karen wouldn't be arrested until February 1st or 2nd of 2022. And part of the conditions of her bail were not to have any contact with the family. And so she couldn't contact the family. I don't remember if the bail conditions also said that she could not have any communications with the other witnesses. Probably did. They probably did. Colleen says, go Jackson. If the feds showed up at my house, I wouldn't be calling anybody. Yeah, now we know that she made 5 phone calls when she told the feds she needed 10 minutes to get ready. And she only testified about 2. I don't know what awaits her with regard to the feds, but she sure did look incredibly upset, shaken, shooketh, as it were. And there's an order. She is not supposed to be able to talk to anybody at the DA's office while she's currently on the stand, which is she is now. So if she's caught talking to anybody outside the courtroom, like even her victim witness advocate, Steve Nelson, who she's brought up several times, because harassment, she's not allowed to talk to him either. And there's a court order that says so. There shouldn't have to be a court order, but in this case, there is. Thank you, Brenda, so very much for your Venmo. Oh, thanks, Dan. Dan also said he loves my show. Thank you very much. Dennis, I wonder if the windows ever got replaced in the house. I would love to stand in the bedroom and have someone yell from outside. The windows at 34 Fairview look outdated in the photos. It's a good point. Good point, Dennis. Many of you are sending me your escalator tests and you're driving in your car test, waving your phone around, going up and down hills. And I trust you on that because I don't believe it would register flights of stairs either. Ashley says, thank you for your coverage and analysis. I need some cross because this story from Jen is probably convincing the jury she was shocked and in horror. I don't know. It's not over yet. And it could be, is Jen wearing earbud earrings? Jody at Massachusetts wants to know. I didn't notice that. But they do sell those earbud earrings. They always pop up on my like Instagram feed. You guys know what I'm talking about? They look like earrings, but they're earbuds. I don't know. I have to see. That is really, really interesting. Is the ice cream truck driver sitting in court? Jessica posted no court in the Reed trial tomorrow. I don't know. That may be a scheduled day off. That means we all get to have a day off. Yay. Yay. There's a lot of super chats here, but you know what, you guys, I really need a break and I really need to go fill up my iced coffee. So I'm going to put some content on for you. Don't you worry. You're going to take a look at Mark Bettero's appearance last night on News Nation while I take a quick break. And if you guys haven't seen it, I think you're going to enjoy it. So court's on a break until what time? 1:45 or 2. I'll figure it out while I go fill my drink and do all the things I need to do to fix my voice because it's going. It is going. So enjoy this while the jury gets to eat lunch. This is from last night's News Nation, and it is our friend Mark Bettero.
Some trials are all about data. The evidence is technical, analytical, numbers on a chart. Some trials are all about stories, the witnesses, what they witnessed, how they acted then, how they act on the stand. And then there's the Karen Reed trial, right? Actually, Karen Reed trials, right? So today alone, day 6 of testimony in Reed's second trial for allegedly killing her boyfriend, the jury got everything I just described and more. The drama came from a prosecution witness named Jennifer McCabe, reprising her testimony about the night John O'Keefe was either hit and killed by Karen Reed's SUV, as prosecutors claim, or was beaten to death inside of a house party where McCabe was also a guest, as the defense claims. Now, on the technical side, the defense put a ding in the prosecution's theory that the victim never set foot in the house where Reed dropped him off, because for one thing, his iPhone apparently showed he walked at least 36 steps. For another, the defense asserted it was possible O'Keefe unlocked his phone with Face ID and possibly looked at a text. And as it happened, that text was from Jennifer McCabe. On the stand today, just as she did at last year's trial, McCabe described Karen Reed as hysterical, screaming, repeating herself over and over when John didn't come home. She talked about the broken taillight on Karen Reed's Lexus. She claimed Reed said, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" And when she described finding John O'Keefe in the snow, she seemed to tear up. Well, sort of. You be the judge.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Now, McCabe's testimony ended today just before her infamous Google search, how long to die in the cold, how long to die in the cold. There was a misspelling there. That's coming tomorrow, along with what's sure to be a really interesting cross-examination. Let's talk about it. I'm joined right now by Mark Betterow, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor who's been following the case since the beginning. He almost joined the defense team, in fact, and currently represents the blogger known as Turtle Boy, who's been covering the case. Mark, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Okay, so was today a major win for anybody?
I think the defense had a very good day today. Not so much with Jennifer McCabe, who's still on direct examination, so they haven't been able to establish anything with her yet. But the witness before her, the cell phone expert for the prosecution, a man named Ian Whiffen, who is supposed to be a very compelling and necessary witness for the prosecution if they're going to win this case. And what you had was the defense put some dents into the prosecution's case by having the witness concede that he could not exclude that John O'Keefe did not go in the house, that his phone did not go into the house. He established that John O'Keefe's phone was used at 12:32 a.m., which is important because the prosecution's theory is that he was struck and killed by a car at 12:31. And it begs the obvious question, how could he be using his phone, his Face ID, touching the side of it if he's already hit?
But just to press you on that, I mean, they also said the phone was inactive from 12:31, 12:32 until 6 a.m. And here's the thing. So Mr. Whiffen, I think, is an important witness. Why? Few things. So he said yesterday that it would be a reasonable assumption that the phone was by the flag post, right? That was by the yard, meaning that the phone never went into the house. Also talked about the temperature of John O'Keefe's phone, that it started decreasing quite rapidly, which would indicate that the phone was outside and never inside the house. And if we say we're coupling the phone with John O'Keefe, it helps the prosecution say that John O'Keefe never was in the house. That felt like compelling evidence and something that the prosecution has been relying on, because I don't remember from the first trial, at least the battery evidence.
No, I don't think there was the battery evidence in the first trial, but I'm not sure it actually helps the prosecution as much as people think, because although the temperature clearly came down on the battery, it kind of levels out dramatically several hours later and drops at a much less rate of temperature drop, which may suggest it was actually in some other place, a garage or some other location, not just sitting outside. And the expert did his own test showing that a phone would drop precipitously, the temperature would continue to drop, but there's no explanation for why at 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was, it would just, the rate of decline would stop dramatically.
So let's talk about phones for a second. Let's talk about Jennifer McCabe. Really, the big thing is how long to die in the cold. Now, the defense would say she looked that up at 2:25, 2:27, yep. Right? Before John O'Keefe's body was discovered. She'd only be looking that up if she was part of the cover-up. She knew that he was dead. She was a part of it. Now, the prosecution put in evidence from this expert to say, wait a minute, she had opened up a tab earlier on in the day to look for something else. And you can use that tab to look something up at 6:30 in the morning or 6 in the morning. The timestamp would say, this timestamp wouldn't change, but it doesn't necessarily mean you look for that. You search for that at 2 something in the morning, which, by the way, if she really did search for that, she searches for that and then looks up the other miscellaneous things she's looking at. She's a part of a murder and then looks up, sports teams or things like that. That's the part that seems to me, at least, that seems compelling evidence that she had a window open, but didn't really search for how long to die in the cold until after John O'Keefe's body was found. What's your answer to that?
Well, in the first instance, you have to consider the full context of the 2:27 search. There's going to be evidence, as there was in the first trial, that at 2:22 and 2:23, two other key witnesses, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, were apparently butt dialing each other back and forth.
That's weird. Yeah, I agree with you. It's weird.
And that's followed right after this alleged Google search. Now, the prosecution expert clearly says, look, it wasn't at 2:27. He's using his own program, by the way, that he created. The defense is going to have an expert who's going to say it was at 2:27 and it was a deleted search, one of only 4,500 approximate searches on her phone. One was deleted. It just happened to be that one.
But doesn't it seem like if she really was part of this cover-up, this murder, she'd be a little more panicked? Here's the part that I don't understand, okay, right? I don't understand the motive. And I know motive's not an element of a crime, and especially for the defense, they don't have to prove it. But I can understand the prosecution's story here, that either Karen Reed was so upset at John O'Keefe, she deliberately backed up the SUV to run him over, might be shaky, or that she was heavily intoxicated, ran him over recklessly, realized she might have done it, couple that with the idea of, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Questioning it. I don't quite understand what would be the motive for John O'Keefe to go in that house. There's some fight that breaks out. They beat him up, leave him to die, put him outside, and then, my goodness, they frame Karen Read. And how lucky for them that she goes, and says, allegedly, I hit him, says things that implicate herself. It seems to me, I just don't understand what would be the reason that he would be killed by people in that house.
Well, you may not know the reason, but the framework of the defense starts with science before you even get to what happened in the house. They're going to have expert witnesses, biomechanical engineers, and people with degrees that could go on longer than our arms. And what these individuals are going to say is that there was no accident that's consistent with the damage on the vehicle and damage with the car. And certainly the science would control. And you have to also factor in the burden of proof here. The defense has no burden.
Sure.
Prosecution's got to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. If these witnesses are credible that there was no accident, then the rest of this is all excess.
I agree. And I've said this to you before we went on air. I cover cases all the time where you hear the defense say this is a tainted investigation. The investigators had tunnel vision. It's a common argument. This is the only one where I say you actually should really listen up. I think they were given a gift with Michael Proctor, okay? Lead investigator in this case, right? Completely sloppy, said horrible things about Karen Read. I get it. But the idea that taillight would be taken and planted at the scene, that there would be this deliberate effort to frame Karen Read. There's so much effort to be put into that. The jury might not need a motive, and they might not need an explanation, but don't they have to say what's reasonable here, what's common sense?
You do, but again, you start with the science. If there is no car accident, but there are 45 or thereabout taillight pieces scattered along the lawn, then how did they get there? If it's not a natural consequence of a car accident, then they got there in some other way. And, your first instinct is to say, come on, how could that be? But then you enter the world of Michael Proctor, and it's not just that he's sloppy, corrupt. I mean, he's terminated from employment because of his conduct in this case. He was found to have been biased in this investigation, amongst other things, beyond looking for nudes, beyond wishing that she would kill herself.
Horrible.
He was found to be biased, so it becomes more plausible. Is there a timeline that it fits? The evidence is going to show in this case that there is a timeline, and then you get to a series of text messages and behavior by Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and others who begin texting each other in the days following in a way that is not natural or normal for people who are doing nothing but grieving the loss of their friend.
I agree with you. There's weird stuff, right? Yeah. Why did Brian Albert allegedly not come out of the house? Why was his house not searched? I get it. There's weird stuff. There's a lot for the defense to work with, and she's got great lawyers. Here's the part. Talking about Jen McCabe, right? She said how hysterical Karen Read was, that she was screaming over and over, that Read allegedly said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? You couple that with Read's statements that she did in the media, which are key pieces of evidence for the prosecution here about speculating if she hit John O'Keefe. You couple that with the testimony of the first responder, Timothy Nuttall, who said, Karen Read said, I hit him. It feels hard to square away why she would have said those things unless she might have had an indication she thought she hit him. Well, and let me just add one more thing. The testimony today, too, that while they're searching for John O'Keefe in the snow, Karen Read says, there he is, there he is. How did she know where the body was?
Well, I don't know how she knows where the body is. They're driving there. She comes upon the scene. She sees it. But again, when you talk about statements of did I hit him versus I hit him, you have to consider the credibility of the witnesses. I mean, you take the first witness, the EMT Nuttall. He's a guy who the evidence showed testified a year before that he was as certain as anything that John O'Keefe was wearing a puffy coat like the Michelin Man would wear, right? And it turns out he was wearing a light hoodie, and that he then said his memory got better a year later. He said I heard her say, I hit him twice after I met with the prosecution and another investigator. Now I heard it 3 times. Then you heard Jennifer McCabe say today, well, Karen says everything in 3s. I mean, it feels somewhat contrived.
What are you expecting from Jennifer McCabe's testimony tomorrow? What do you expect the defense to do?
Well, I expect them to expose a series of inconsistent statements that she's made over the course of the investigation. You know, you talk about, she says, I hit him and all these things. Her first statement to the police is nothing of the sort. That comes after the police leave and she meets with the family, has an epiphany, calls the police back and says, I think Karen said, did I hit him? And as the investigation went on, that kind of morphed into, I hit him. So I think, you know, that's certainly going to be a primary focus of her cross-examination, as is the text chain between these family members, which don't make sense. I mean, they bring witnesses to their house to be interviewed by Michael Proctor and other cops, and then they're live texting what's happening in these interviews, telling each other she's telling them everything. This is very
well. Wasn't that the idea?
behavior.
She's telling them everything, like telling too much about the relationship between John O'Keefe and Kara Reed. Not that anything to do with the killing, but the idea, like you're talking about their dirty laundry.
I think that's a hard sell again, and you have to look at the full context of these messages. I mean, there are messages saying, tell them the guy, their close friend, by the way, but privately, tell them the guy never went in the house. That's a damning message. Why would these people say the story you've got to sell to the media is tell them the guy never went in the house? I mean, you saw Jennifer McCabe today appear to get emotional.
Yeah.
I'm not sure she did. I mean, it looked...
Well, second time she testified, you know, it's about a few years old.
Well, she said when she found him that she got all choked up and nothing came out today. But when you listen to the 911 call, which will come in probably in her direct tomorrow, she's as cool as a cucumber.
Shock?
It's not her friend, John O'Keefe, lying dead on the lawn. It's a man.
Yeah.
And then when you see the dash cam video of the police car, she literally turns her back and appears very calm, cool, collected.
I hope everybody can follow this, by the way, because you and I know this case very well. Hopefully we're explaining it perfectly to everybody. I want to know your opinion about the jury view. I'm torn about jury views, whether they're helpful or not. Going to 34 Fairview, Brian Albert's home, where John O'Keefe's body was found, do you think that helped the jury at all? And who did it help?
It helped the prosecution a little, only because of the timing of when it occurred. It occurred way too early in the case. None of the witnesses who were inside of the house or in that vicinity had even testified. If they had, I think that would favor the defense. I mean, you talked about Brian Albert not coming out. The windows that were his bedroom are, I mean, you could spit from those windows to the flagpole. It's that close if you've ever been to that yard. The jury doesn't know that right now, so they may not be taking that in. All these people inside who apparently didn't hear a car go screeching in reverse, 25 miles an hour, smash into John O'Keefe. They didn't hear it, but we don't know. The jury doesn't know how far away that is, what happened. Nobody saw a body that should have been lying on the lawn. Literally none of them. With their bright lights pointing right where the body was, the jury may not yet have that in sight. So
Snowplow driver didn't see it either.
Snowplow driver didn't see it either.
By the way, I'm pushing you because I know which position you take. So it's not necessarily, you know, I'm kind of divided about what I believe about happened. I think we both can concede. Big mistake for Karen Reed to do media interviews in the midst of an investigation before her retrial. How much of an effect do you think that's having on the jury, and why do you think she did it?
It's hard to tell how much of an effect it's having, other than to say at this point, it appears to be their strongest evidence, which is, again, why did you do it?
Because she basically says, she speculates, did she hit him?
It's a mistake to do those kinds of things during, you know, that are going to be used against you at a trial. Now, a lot of those videos were made during the first trial. I'm sure the assumption was there won't be a second trial, but there is a second trial. So there's no question it hurts. I can only assume that they chose to do it to just kind of get the story out to somehow favor them. But there's no question, at least as it's being used in the second trial, it doesn't favor them.
Do you think she's going to take the stand? She's been very vocal to the media outside court. She's been very vocal in these media interviews. She didn't take the stand the first time. I wonder, do you think she'll, what advantage would there be for her to take?
I don't think, first of all, it's unnecessary, and I think it would be too risky. And, you know, I'm obviously not counseling her on what she does, but no, I don't think she'll take the stand.
I have to ask you this question. You're free to not ask it any which way. I know you represent Turtle Boy. Anything you want to say about that? We talked before that you're limited in what you can say. Anything you can say about it?
No, I should keep those thoughts to myself.
That's
for now.
fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. Okay, so what is another piece of prosecution evidence you're going to be looking out for? Because they talked about the battery evidence that was going to be important. Is there another piece of evidence that you're going to be looking out for the prosecution that the defense really needs to counteract?
Well, I think what's going to be interesting is the prosecution accident reconstruction person, because they know what's coming from the defense side. They have fought like hell to keep it out. Even today, they were there arguing these witnesses shouldn't be allowed to testify. So at the first trial, the person they used to do their accident reconstruction was a Massachusetts State Police trooper who, to be kind, was not a good witness. They've hired a private company. We'll have to see what they have to say. But again, they can't just neutralize the defense witnesses. They have to carry it and convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defense witnesses are bad. That's going to be a tough burden.
This is a tough case. Let me tell you. We went through a lot of it. Mark Betterow, thank you so much for coming on.
Sure,
Appreciate
thanks
it.
for having
Thank
me.
you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right.
Hey, Chris Cuomo, what's up? What'd I miss? What did I miss? Oh, my friend, what a day. What a day already. Okay, let's get back to some questions, shall we? Some people are complaining on Twitter that I stopped the stream too much. It's like, okay, do you think nobody's going to send that to me? Okay, go watch Law and Crime. Go survive over there. You're not hurting my feelings. But it's just so childish. It's like you're grown adults. Like you people are in your 50s. You need to go on Twitter and try and trash people or something. I don't know. It's silly. Silly. Let's see. A rumor is, Vanessa says, Chloe bit the bailiff, and that's what's being discussed in private now in the courtroom. Haha, just kidding. Everyone needs to laugh. Thanks, Vanessa. Cookie says, sorry, I meant to clarify. I took it as Jen McCabe was saying he connected with Beatty because Officer John O'Keefe was at a court party close by. I don't know anything about that. I know that he was on the witness list last time. I know that he wasn't called. Other than that, I don't know a lot about Tom Beatty, except Jennifer McCabe may or may not have said some really horrible things to his daughter. That's all I know. We try and keep the rumor and defamation out of the chat, so we don't need to get into that exactly because I'm not really exactly sure what happened there. In Lemonade Pickett said we missed juicy Paul O'Keefe whispering right before the break. I did not see that. Jennifer says, I'm curious and believe what John O'Keefe could have been working on at work. A lot of people were surmising that perhaps what he was working on with Boston PD had something to do with it. He was working in the I don't know if it was child abuse or if it was SA unit at the Boston PD, and I don't know. Some people have surmised that he may have been working on something to do with Sandra Birchmore, but I don't know that those things have ever really been connected, and so I don't know. Gregory says Jackson is pointing out how Jen referred to Karen as the defendant in the first trial, and now she's Karen or Ms. Reed. Thank you, Gregory, for your super chat. JLW, were they Karen Reed? Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe in the cruiser? You mean? Oh no, so that would be. It's so confusing because KR is Karen Reed and Carrie Roberts. So you're talking about Carrie and Jen in the cruiser that had the dash cam? I don't think so. I think they're trying to say that they were in a different cruiser that, of course, was conveniently out of frame on the dash cam of the only video that they've shown us of them going off to the right of your screen and being put in some, phantom car over there. So no, they also didn't wear body cams at the time. I think they couldn't afford body cams. And I think since then, Can PD does now have body cams, or they're getting them, or they're working on it or something. So, oh, I see. So KPT says that John O'Keefe was working the sex offenders registry unit, just keeping track of where they were living. Well, that's interesting. And so that is why we could not hear them. But we heard some odd electronic noises from the laptop that is in the cruiser. JJ, I'm Coco Melon Boy, says, how can you go out of town to honor a fallen officer? They did. They came to New York for a fallen police officer's funeral, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. The following morning, your friend is dead in your lawn and you don't come out. R.I.P. John. Yes, I think, maybe the jurors will ask themselves that question. Day one, I saw a creased dent on top of John's car, says Susie. Don't know anything about that. Could have been a shadow. I really don't know. Helene says, thanks for your coverage, Melanie. Shout out to everyone I sent to watch you, my family, friends, and therapists. You're the best on YouTube. Hey, hello to Helene's friends if you're watching. Will says, Carrie said, not to my knowledge, when asked if there were more texts sent to the DA's office, right? Because she doesn't know what they have. Did Jen send some of the questions directly to the DA? Jen has them on speed dial. We know that. We also know that Hank Brennan made himself the taint team because Michael Morrissey, the district attorney's DAs are in, the DA's emails are in play and discoverable now because he used his personal email account. I think it was an AOL account, to conduct government business. And so once you do that, your emails and text messages, if you do that on your text messages too, become discoverable. And they were discoverable. They were turned over. I don't know if they were turned over yet. Hank Brennan has them. And he said, you know what? I'm going to take this on myself. I'm not even going to give it to the taint team because I don't trust the taint team. Thank you. You asked for a miracle. I gave you the FBI. I give you the FBI. Thank you to the Ken VFW Watch Party live stream. That is one of the best usernames of the day. So far, you're winning. The timeline spoke to me. You're winning too. She says, I'm thinking it's because yesterday he was trying to listen in on sidebars. Is that what you're trying to say? The reason they moved Paul O'Keefe's seat? I don't know. I don't have any intel into that. But they did move him because he's been glaring at Karen Reed the whole trial. He did last trial too. So they moved him down the row. Don't know why. And I don't know if it's convenient. It's just the timing worked out that it happened after whatever was going on, that secret meeting that we still don't know anything about. Or if Karen's team asked for him to be moved. I don't know. Becky said, Mel, can't they get arrested for the purgatory? I think you meant to say perjury. After the trial, if so, how much time would they get in the big house? It would depend on whether somebody would ever prosecute them for perjury. And in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, are they going to really prosecute Carrie Roberts for perjury? I don't know. However, she says it was, she misunderstood the question, number one. And number two, she seems to be protected. And number three, they only selectively prosecute the laws in Massachusetts to go after the people who do not think John O'Keefe was hit by a car. So I have no idea what the sentencing guidelines are on perjury. I do know that it's not very often prosecuted. However, Kayla Montgomery in New Hampshire did go to jail for perjury for, I don't know how long. She was the wife of Adam Montgomery, who took the life of his 5-year-old daughter. And that was horrific. Jen McCabe's Slow Blink says, how is the Dead's What a Long Strange Trip It's Been not made it to the playlist yet? Well, it is, but it's called Truckin'. So that's, maybe you didn't see that it was on there. Thank you, Free Karen Reed. Thanks for your 10. Sandy gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much for gifting 10 memberships. It's super generous of you, Sandy D. Amy Smith, did you notice how, well, I'm not going to disparage her weight. Shut her comment down about last night and the Zoom. I don't know what that Zoom meeting was about last night with Jennifer McCabe. But Jeevy says, call Kevin Reddington. He'll give Mel a shout out in federal court. Is he in the building? Did anybody see Kevin Reddington wandering around the building today? Did they have a Zoom meeting with Jen McCabe last night to say, you might want to bring your lawyer with you tomorrow? Because we now learned that she potentially lied to the federal government when they came to her door, when she told them she needed 10 minutes to get ready, and then told them she only made 2 phone calls. And then she really made 5 phone calls, including her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Maybe. Hot Mess Express says, after you pay for a super chat, it says you're all set. That's hilarious. I'm here for life. Oh, I'm so happy to have you for life. Why was Chaka? That's a picture of Chaka. Chaka is our mascot for much of this trial because we are in the land of the lost in Lemonade Pickets. You may be too young to remember the land of the lost. It was a TV show from like I forget. It was in the 70s. And Chaka, he's possessed up there in that photo. But he's got to be our mascot because we are literally in the land of the lost. Literally, figuratively, and in every other way. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict says, does he have to show Jen when she asks, or can he make her answer first? Well, if she asks, he shows it to her. When Brennan was asked to see something by I forget who, he said, why do you deny it? When Brennan was asked to see something, well, Brennan wasn't on the stand, so I don't know. Are you talking? I don't know what you're referring to, but he can give it to her. What did the police have against John? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean Brian Albert and Brian Higgins? Brian Higgins was texting with his girlfriend. He's trying to hit on his girl. He didn't know about the bro code. Did John find out about it? I don't know. But in those text messages from the day of the 28th, he said to Karen when she said she's waiting for the plumber, John responded, I hope your plumber's hot at least. And when we get to the text messages between Higgins and Karen, you're hot comes up more than once. And so that led me to believe that maybe he knew. And maybe that's why, all of this talk about them and the video of them in the waterfall, you can't really, it's blurrier than it was last time, but you can see them kind of like take fighting stances, like they're going to start something with John is what some people think. So listen, drunk people don't always need a reason to fight if that's what happened. Booze, women, right? Simply a drunken fight. Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked. Is there direct basement access from the garage? I don't know for sure, but I think the answer is no. There is, however, from the backyard, bulkhead doors that open up to go into the basement. And there is a door from sort of near the kitchen to the basement. And when you go down the basement, it's one flight of stairs and then a landing and then another flight of stairs. But I do not believe that there is basement access from the garage. If I'm wrong, there are people in the chat will correct me. Chloe, they made me do it, said, is this the first time the additional phone calls during the FBI interview came out in trial? Yes. Or did those come out in trial one? No. That's the first time I've ever heard it. And it begs the question, are the feds turning over more information to both sides? Because don't you think if Alan Jackson had that during the first trial, he would have brought it up? I do. Because this interview apparently with the feds was in April 2023, right? Are the feds turning over more information? Have they been? Thank you, Chloe, for your super chat. Clickety clack. Notice Alessi calling FBI. You mean Jackson calling FBI law enforcement agents repeatedly? Yeah, saying feds without saying feds. Good lawyering. Yep. But it's been. I think it's out there. I think it's kind of obvious now. Just like it wasn't supposed to be mentioned that there was a first trial, but several people have mentioned it, and then they keep trying to correct the record. But listen, anybody who knows in Norfolk County, if they don't know about the Karen Reed first trial, then they're living under a rock, and you probably don't want them on your jury anyway. Why did the fan just stop fanning? Hello, fan. Oh, come on, man. Is Boston 10 going to make a new feed? Did they tell him to turn off the cameras? I don't like to use Court TV feed because they have no captions, and I know you guys like the captions. Well, we'll see what happens. Haas Long for lunch. They're supposed to come back 1:45, which is like right about now. It's 1:51 right now. Boston 25 still has their thumbnail up too. So, in one moment, please. Hold, please. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Court TV still has elevator music up, so I'm still waiting. Oh, but they do have a poll. Hang on. Jen McCabe on the stand. How believable is her testimony? Not believable, a little, mostly, or very? I'm going to say not believable, which is also, hold on, 61% of their audience says not believable. And that's unusual for Court TV because usually that's where the trolls hang out. Even more so, they hang out on law and crime. But they only have 21,000 votes. And 61% say not believable, 18% say a little, 10% say mostly, and 11% say very believable. So that's what's happening on the Court TV poll right now with 21,000 votes in. 61% find Jen McCabe to be not believable. Doesn't matter what they think, though. It matters what the jury thinks. And the people who are in there looking at the jury say it's a very different jury than it was last time. Thank you, Krista Ray, for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you very much. Let's do the timeline again. That's on the playlist. Rocky Horror Picture Show. The time warp. Wouldn't they have to sign the statements? No, not here. Not here in Norfolk County or Canton PD. Nobody signed any statements. Nope. Oh, thank you, Paris Ray and the Crush fan who loves my son's band. You are appreciated because then it came in a comment, Paris Ray and the Crush fan. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sabina said, I'm wondering if they had something on Proctor or promised him something. Just to show you that we're still waiting because I don't know if Boston 10's going to come back up. Wonder if they had something on Proctor or promised him something for him to stoop so low, taking into account that he ended up taking the fall. I don't know. Or did I don't know. I honestly, genuinely don't know. And look, I'm going to put him up in the corner because he did. He's the fall guy. And the judge even threw him under the bus in her ruling on the motion to dismiss. She blamed all of the missing Sallyport video on him. Said that Proctor put it in a drawer in a different file and didn't turn it over to the prosecution. It's all his fault, his fault, his fault. Speaking of which, is anybody caught up on The Handmaid's Tale? I'm not going to spoil it for you. But last night's episode was really good. Because I thought it's been a little like overacted this season so far. I think it's run its course. It's the last season, so Karen Reed's not guilty verdict says I'm behind, but the real Jen is coming out. I hope she mentions the feds and opens the floodgate for that to come in. Please, please, God. That was earlier. That was 12:41. So you were right. She didn't have to mention it because Alan did. And I think it's out there that it was another agency and then agents came in. And I think probably the jury's picking up what he's laying down. Yeah, you did see last night episode. It was so good. All right, we're not going to put any spoilers in the chat. Yes, on The Handmaid's Tale, right? That was a good episode last night. Never, never. Thanks for your 10. In 10 minutes, she called 5 people because there were these men wanting to ask her some questions. Matt even came home. More lies. She knew they were feds, of course. Of course she did. I think so. Thank you for your 10. Matt's Tea Party. How did she not get shot by Brian Albert? She wasn't scared to bust in. Right. He's not a DE agent. Brian Higgins is ATF. Brian Albert, Boston PD, but still fugitive task force. You don't bust into a police officer's bedroom in the middle of the night or in the morning when you know they're still like hungover. Like he could have had a gun next to his bed. We know he slept with his phone in his bed. Thank you, Frustrated Lurker, for becoming a member. Who let the dogs out? Thank you, Farmer. I think it's in there. My favorite channel on YouTube. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas, and also for hanging out here for a year. Hank's Heba Toba. It is pure insanity. I agree. Minamite gifted another 5 memberships. You're amazing. As did Unlimited Shock and Horror. I gifted a membership. A lot of new members today. Welcome, welcome. Do I have Criminal by Fiona Apple? I think so. You guys check the list. It's down below. There's like, I don't know how many songs, 100 and something on there already. But I will look later. I always go back and fast forward through the show when I'm making my timestamps and look at your picks. Frida, I know there's something going on. Thanks, Kamek. Butt dials are a thing, but answers are not. Thank you, Chloe, for your super chat. Blessed Mom from Texas. Jen McCabe is scared of the feds. She's being awfully different. This could absolutely free Karen Reed. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Love to you, Mel. Love to you, too. Karen Reed's not guilty verdict. Says I have a friend who knows nothing about the case and is watching it for the first time. Just texted me and said she doesn't believe the woman on the stand. I haven't said anything to her. I didn't want to bias her. Wanted her to decide for herself. Good. It's good that she's watching it for the first time. There's a lot of new interest in this case, and I'm here for it, and I'm happy about it. And if you're new, I'm not a neutral channel. I have been digging into this case for almost a year and a half, and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And that is just the facts of the matter. The injuries to his body don't support it. Thanks for your 20. And I've been on that side since I was able to figure that out, and it didn't take me very long to figure that out. All of AJ's nickels. They're trying to revoke Aiden's bail because of a comment he made the other day on his show about fanning. Okay. Like, I wouldn't be upset if his whole family died in something like that. All right. Let's not put anything defamatory in the chat, but I think he did say as such something like that because I think I did see a clip and I don't know what's happening with him. And if you guys want to go watch it somewhere else, you are free to do so. But again, it's not an airport. You don't need to. It was about Tully. You do not need to announce your departure. Okay. Proctor's dishonorable discharge on catch up at 1.5. Jen McCabe denying that she is Jen McCabe. I don't know. But thanks for tuning in from Canada. It is crazy town. It's the upside down, inside out ridiculousness that is Norfolk County, Narnia, and all of that. Okay. Well, while we're waiting, somebody sent me a screenshot of the motion on Aiden Carney, but it's only a screenshot and it's not the whole thing. And I like the official court records and I like to go over the whole entire thing. Yes, we know. We know that they're trying to revoke Aiden's bail today. Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, if there's someone else streaming it and you want to go watch it, you can do it. We're going to cover it on a delay. So I will cover it. However, I can't cover it at the same time I'm covering Karen Reed and I'm invested. I am invested in the Karen Reed case. I cannot stop talking about it. Thank you, Susie Blue Sky, for loving me and not wanting to watch this anywhere else. Where are we? Maryland and Mississippi, been here from the beginning, finally splurged to join. Oh, thanks, babe. Why doesn't defense ask the PD to explain why CSI wasn't brought out? Well, yeah, it's a great question, and I think they will. They had an expert witness lined up. He's not allowed to testify about police procedure, but that's the thing. They didn't bring crime scene services, and they should have, because their job is to collect evidence. They called the CERT team. The CERT team is search and rescue. They do not collect evidence. They look for missing persons, which is why they were called out in the Turk trial that we watched a couple of weeks ago that happened in this exact same courtroom, but with a different judge, Judge Halal. He was amazing. He looks like Stanley Tucci. He may be the judge on Aiden's case today. They called the CERT team in the search for Katie McLean because she was missing. Here, they knew they were going to collect evidence outside 34 Fairview. In fact, the CERT team was told, here's what you're looking for. It's like a scavenger hunt. Here's what you're looking for. You're looking for some pieces of taillight and a sneaker. Ready? Go. And they do a shoulder to shoulder grid search over literally like a 3-foot area for 10 feet. They find some pieces of taillight and red taillight, by the way, after the scene was unsecured for 10 hours and 18 inches more snow fell. They find some red pieces of taillight on top of the snow after Karen Reed's car was seized and brought back to Canton PD, Sallyport, which is like a fancy police word for garage. And, there's some video of Michael Proctor behind the taillight in question. So, yeah, I think they'll be asked, but the expert can't testify about it because this Judge Cannoni says that it's within the jury's common knowledge of proper police procedure. And you can cross-examine the witnesses about their procedures and whether or not they were proper. I say to that, do you think that these officers who did such a crappy investigation are going to admit that they did a crappy investigation and that it wasn't by the book? Or do you think they're just going to say, oh, it was snowing, we didn't know what to do? I have 2 words, do it. Says, good morning. Brina can't tell Jennifer that Carrie admitted to Alan that she lied to the grand jury. Can he? No. He's not supposed to be discussing other witnesses' testimony with other witnesses. However, it's all over YouTube and the TV and the World Wide Web. So they're not supposed to watch testimony before their testimony. And the McCabe's and Alberts are not allowed to sit in the courtroom until closing arguments. They've been sequestered. Kathleen had the same question. So thank you very much for your super chat. Woke up this morning, got yourself a gun. That is in the playlist. And I didn't know the name of it. And I put the call out to you guys and you guys knew. You guys knew the name of it. It's the theme song from The Sopranos. It's on our mixtape. It is called, wait, let me get to it. It is called Woke Up This Morning by Alabama 3, a band I never heard of in my life, Alabama 3. And crazy, right? Free Karen Reed 2024 says he's got to be related to Laura and Marietta Sullivan, right? Oh, you're talking about the guy The guy who was Sullivan on the list? I don't know. Was he? Maybe. I mean, that's a good guess. The Sullivan sisters are not testifying. Was it Bill Sullivan who's on the list? I don't know. It was like a Sullivan family trip to Aruba. Brennan says he's not bringing up the Aruba stuff, so I don't know. That was another reason for Karen Reed's jealousy, allegedly. That incident that happened in Aruba that they have since been precluded from, or not precluded from talking about, but Brennan says he's not bringing it in. Interesting. Paul says, I wonder if the feds had the DA's office bugged for some of these meetings. A lot of people think that. Did the court ask to call because was unwilling? I don't know what you're asking. Asked to call who? I'm not sure, Priscilla, but thank you for your super chat. Thank you, LJ, for telling everyone to subscribe. It's free. Court says, would Jim Sullivan be related to the Sullivan girls? Yeah, that's what we were just saying. I'm behind on super chats. Also, why would it be proper for a Zoom meet with Jen while sworn in? Whatever it is, the defense team knows about it, and they were, I think, there also. So I'm not sure what it was, but it wasn't ex parte. I mean, she the other side was there too, apparently. I think. Right? Court is late. Yeah, the fan is up. We're just waiting. They were supposed to come back at 1:45. They're not back yet. T12 says, ask Jen McCabe if she's aware that the time she took the stand yesterday is numeric. Yeah, she took the stand yesterday at 2:27 p.m., which was crazy. This may infuriate her by feeling very personally attacked. Well, would probably be objected to and not relevant and improper, but it's funny. Carly says, is her sister Denise still in the courtroom? I don't know. Is that why they could be meeting? Just wondering. I don't think that would have anything to do with it. Red's daughter, Lemonade by Paris Ray and the Crush. Yeah, well done, well done. Java time. Can we listen to Duty Ron and Ed during lunch? Ed Wallace's head popped up. I don't know if they're I don't know if they were on during lunch. Krista Ray gifted 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. This has to stop. Needs therapy after this case. Norman says, great job. There was a parking ban in Canton due to the storm. Higgins' Jeep was parked in the cop's driveway across the street, in my opinion. That's interesting. Yeah, they're not supposed to park in front of houses when the nor'easter is coming, and that is why Lucky didn't call in the Ford Edge, right? That was parked in front of the Alberts house. You'll hear from Lucky the snowplow driver if you're new here. Libra says, she all 100%, she and they all look at them for help, meaning the objections. Yeah. Haas Long does they always have to clear his throat? Yeah. This is crazy town. Ham sandwich. Thank you, BG. Lady Dutch says Jen has been programmed and trained to BS and coached. Private info coming in with a hot 50 says this trial is disgusting. And I hate having to live in this state. A lot of police, especially state police in Mass, are so entitled. They think they can do anything to anything. And Bev sucks. Thank you. Good time to point out that my viewers' opinions are not always my opinions. Sometimes they do intersect, but not always. Moving on. Thank you, Glamasus, for confirming that there is a filing, but somebody only sent me a screenshot. It's not the full document, and I can read it later, but on the air. But I'm not going to read it until I have the full document, because that's what we do here. Kyle says, so the lights didn't illuminate the Jeep? Apparently not. Paris Ray and the Crush is here, coming in with a hot 10. Big thanks for shouting us out, and to all the cupcakes for their support. Hashtag Big Bang Bang. Awesome. Thanks, you guys. It was a free shout out. Shay Godin, Turtle Boy said on his live last night, he guessed that Cosgrove was upset about something he said about Tully and Tully's family. Turtle Boy wasn't worried about it, but thought something was happening. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. Thanks for your 10. Is the ice cream truck driver sitting in court? Says Team Wicked Smart versus. Remember the bell would ring? They would ring that good humor bell, and all the kids would come running. My favorite thing was the ice cream bar that had like a chocolate bar in the middle of it. I don't remember what it was called, but the chat hasn't stopped. It is moving for me, but YouTube has been really glitchy, but It's slow right now. I don't know why. YouTube is, we're breaking the internet. The Karen retrial is breaking the internet. Court reporter supporter says 10 minutes behind, but Bev is answering the questions for Jen to AJ, real team sport in Norfolk County. Yeah, it's like a tag team. There's a look to Brennan when a witness doesn't want to answer, and then he objects, and then the court says, sustained. Okay, they're back. We're switching back to our other favorite channel, the Boston 10, because they have captions, and Court TV does not. And just so you know, another reason that LawTubers have to stop interrupt the stream is fair use. We can't just poach the stream and not comment on it. Otherwise, we are stealing someone else's content.
Court
See
of
how
the
that works?
session, please be seated.
All right, can we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Ooh, they already want to approach sidebar. Please. Okay, well, we're here for it. Jonathan says 5 calls in 10 minutes. How long were they? So it's like maybe you can, in fact, have a conversation in 22 seconds. Love your coverage. Thank you. Thank you. Paul O'Keefe is he's in the back row now. Look at, he got demoted to the back row. Interesting. Wow, this judge, I have no words but bad words. Word up song. Thank you very much. This has to stop. Shifty Eyes says Susan Youngblood. Thank you for your 10. Hi, Kelly Reed. You look beautiful today. Oh, is that Queen Tanis in the front row? Queen Tanis is in the house, everyone. That's David Unitti's sister, sitting next to the girl in the green blazer. Tanis, Queen Tanis. She's my queen. I love Tanis. That makes me happy. Dennis the Menace says, I personally have great peripheral vision. I see something, then I look at what caught my eye. One doesn't ignore. You look. Yes, well. Oh, look, something shiny. I mean, they've got the closed captions going, which is weird because the court sound is off. You've got a friend, Carly Simon, for Karen from all of us. Oh, that's nice, Trisha Angel. That's sweet. Susan, is she saying they didn't discuss what happened between themselves? Even in a natural death, people discuss where they were when they heard the news. Yes. They absolutely 100% are. But I think that is what she's saying. Yes. Thank you for your 10. Mark Bedrow did a phenomenal job in this interview. I will rewatch this several times. Thanks, LJ. AJ is Peter Gabriel's sledgehammer. Well done. Love Peter Gabriel. Fist fights and dog bites. There's a man passed out in the snow. Yeah, that's it. That's what she said. We heard it. Those are Jen sisters in the back row. Oh, Jen's sisters are in the back row? Okay. And they're on screen right now. So I think, okay. Well, that's interesting. They're there to support their sister. That's lovely. Thank you, Nicole. Marilyn Price, remember Uncle Brian A. and Coco were getting busy during the butt dials? Yes, I do. Let's get it on. Yeah, we should add Let's Get It On. That's good. I like it. I'll allow it. Thank you, Marilyn. No Surprises by Radiohead, says Darcy Doots. ER says, your commentary is pure gold. With you since duty, Ron. Oh, thanks. Thanks for all you do from Southern Cal. Big fan of the South Bay. I love Southern California myself. If it was up to me, I'd be moving there in a heartbeat. They're at sidebar right now. We're waiting for Jennifer McCabe to come back on the stand to continue the barbecue. That is Alan Jackson, Smooth as Butter. We're still waiting. That's also on the playlist. It's a Talking Head song. Lisa says, new to your channel. Love it and love the playlist since I'm new. And this goes back to the crap investigation. Has Red Solo Cup been added to the playlist? Oh, yes, it's on there. We also have a Red Solo Cup emoji. So there's that. And a leaf blower. Don't forget the leaf blower. And a ceiling fan.
All right,
Thank you,
sorry
Lisa.
about the delay, Jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So
they blew a fuse?
These old courthouses. So, all right, we appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text, yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so, yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrite report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me ask one foundational question before
Okay.
I give this to the witness. Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't
Sure.
have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it?
Why,
to
Judge?
us?
Do you want to not let her testify about them and just let the jury bring them back to their room because you don't want it on the record, all this stuff? Come on. Oh, it was an eclair bar. That's what it was. Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, blew a fuse or blew a gasket. That's exactly what I was thinking. Sometimes I say what you guys are thinking, and sometimes you say exactly what I'm thinking.
Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's 2 days. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Her text messages.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay. Thank
She's
you.
trying to be so polite and smiley to him. She's so smiley now. Now that she knows the feds are watching and they gave information apparently to the defense. The timing of her text messages screws up the entire timeline of the Commonwealth's case. So pay special attention to that. The witness already testified. I think it was Whiffen. The triggering event was like at 12:31. That's when they're saying Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. 12:31. Okay, keep that in mind.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14? I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know if exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Just a minute. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
She tries to put a stop to everything that's going to be helpful to the defense. I want to hear
a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here.
Yes.
And was that at 12:14? I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.
She testified earlier that she texted here when she saw the car outside. And now we're finding out that's 12:27 a.m., right? 12:27 is when she texts here. And that is when she says she saw the car outside. They're at sidebar again.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to? At 12:27, all these are on January 29th, 2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Celebrate report.
Okay. All right, folks. So I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in his Celebrate report.
See what he just did there? See what he just did there? He doesn't want to have to go through this oral surgery that would be required to question Jennifer McCabe about each and every text message and have her lie and say, show it to me, show it to me. I don't remember. I don't recall. I got no memory of anything at all. But what you just heard is the attorneys, like big boys, agreeing, stipulating to allow all that stuff in. He just read it into the record. The jury has heard it. And when she says here, she's already testified to seeing the car when she texted here. 12:31, she's text pull behind me. 12:31 is when the Commonwealth says John O'Keefe was hit by the car and killed. And then she's still texting him from 12:40, hello, 12:42, where are you? And then 12:45, hello. Karen Reed was home at One Meadows and connected to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36. This blows up their timeline and shows consciousness of guilt on the part of Jennifer McCabe, in my opinion. But he didn't want to have to do the oral surgery on her. And that's through the Celebrate extraction report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well
May I
done.
continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walked up, looked at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
I wish he would just say, no, I can't show it to you. But if she asks for it to refresh her recollection, then you don't have to, do the oral surgery that's required, because not only is Alan Jackson a meticulous surgeon in his cross-examination.
Take a look at the highlighted portion.
This is what she does.
Let me know when you're
She always asks for the receipt. Show me the transcript. Last trial, she said, it's 200 pages. Do you want me to read the whole thing? I would have said, yeah, we'll take a break. Go ahead, read the whole thing. She testified at the last trial that she got up and looked out the window. She's a curtain twitcher, her and her husband both. Looked out the window 5 different times. But now she knows. It's going to blow up the Commonwealth's theory of what time John O'Keefe was hit and killed at 12:31.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Carrie's misunderstood question, and shout out to your daughter who talked about me in her journalism exam today in Belfast.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down. Yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory. It was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door. What I can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice.
She's
and
not
I
looking at
saw
the
it.
jury now. She was looking at her sisters and she was looking at Brennan. And he's going to say, oh, is your memory better now than it was a year ago? Wait for it. Watch how she looks over either at her sisters or at Brennan. She knows she screws up the entire time.
I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory. It was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly-
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at
You
the
saw it.
flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it
Sure.
and what I experienced and went through.
She's going to talk
and
about
there are some
harassment.
things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, ! Question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Is that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you
That was 12:31. That text pulled behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole. And then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, "Where are you?" Correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, "Hello." Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my
Not saying that
testimony, did
today.
I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
She knows that her
At some
entire
point,
testimony
did you note that the vehicle was gone?
totally
Let's get to that.
blew it up.
Yes,
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Elf. I think it was not chocolate fudge cake, good humor bar. I thought it was chocolate
Thank you.
eclair, but you could be right. Thanks for your super chat. She thinks she's the smartest person in the room. She knows she blows up the whole theory.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We were
You
there.
just
we heard
asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you and in front of the house or toward the flagpole or beyond the flagpole 4 times, correct?
Mm-hmm. We were
From
there.
last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question.
Your memory's better now.
Answer your
You
question.
changed the story
Go ahead.
again.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front at the flagpole and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Eye roll. A little eye roll in there. She keeps looking for help. Wait, here it is. Here's the look for help. And the hair flip.
You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early
Correct.
in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house.
She can't answer the
100
question.
times, 500
Come on.
times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Can we take a look?
We're in real time.
Okay. Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second and tell me if you recognize it?
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to go get it as,
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do. Yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay. The one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Put that down, Mr. Wolf.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
It's got no basis for it to object. It's to show
Thank
that
you,
there's
Your Honor.
two side doors. There's a side door into the house and a side door into the garage. And if John went into the garage, that's why a lot of people might not have seen him come in the house. Right?
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No.
He was not standing or sitting.
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV. Correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking at the tire tracks, when you saw the SUV sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV it was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You know
sorry.
the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I
You know,
did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out, there they are.
Yes, absolutely.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No.
He wasn't sitting down.
No.
He wasn't lying down.
No.
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
No.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was look-
Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall,
Oh
yes.
my.
All right. You certainly didn't see him
Let's parse words.
prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct?
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't sit down a search party. That's not my question.
Didn't
But
see
you
it.
were looking
Didn't see him.
toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Glanced. You know, so she said, I glanced.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended seating?
Yes.
Third row.
When the SUV pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
She keeps looking at the jury. It's creeping me out.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
According to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
She's insufferable. I know.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side?
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Mm-hmm. Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Ms. Roberts ran over to assist Ms. Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Ms. Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Ms. Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but...
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. If you remember saying, I had to get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over. And
She just rolled her eyes.
And she started removing snow from John's face.
Eye roll. Come back to your screen for a second. The media training did not work out as well as they thought it would. She's changed her attitude a little bit. She's tried to smile more and laugh a little. But the eye rolling, can't really control that, can you? Watch.
You noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted
Looking
up
at Brennan?
her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over.
Eye roll.
And said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are
Looking at Brennan again.
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom onto 115, line 4.
Did you miss this morning, JR, where she admitted that, or she had to admit that she lied to
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Yeah.
The lip licking, the eye signal for the objection.
I'm not sure. I know.
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your oath, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
She
I
always
don't
has
need
to
to
see
see
it.
my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago now.
That's right.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Words matter.
So remember, Mr. Jackson, no comment.
We're fighting over silly words. No, we're fighting over your testimony where you said something different under oath a year ago.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
I mean, she just keeps making it worse
Thank
for
you.
herself, I think. How do you think the jury's reacting to this? She's asked 100 times, can I see that? Can I see that? Can you show it to me? I need to see what you're looking at. And now she's like, no, I don't need to see it because I know what I know and I remember what I remember. That's not the question. She's allowed to be impeached with her prior testimony. It's under oath. You don't get to weasel out of it. Despite the fact that the weasel that is the special prosecutor might have told you how to do it. Doesn't work that way. Even in this court. Under her eye. The judge is getting mad. Can you see the judge?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Tracy, I would ask why she keeps looking at Brennan.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
She's looking again. at Brennan.
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it up with Mr. Jackson, please?
I mean, she keeps looking at Brennan. This is so obvious. And so that was a really good question. Tracy's like, can AJ ask why she keeps looking at Brennan when she doesn't want to answer? Is that allowed? I would ask her. It could be objected to. The jury's going to hear it. And even if the judge does not allow her to answer, the jury's heard it. And now she's going to have to try and control herself from looking over at Brennan every time she wants an objection, right? And it's going to make it harder for her.
Colloquy. Is it true that, Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
She keeps looking at Brennan. It's so obvious.
Yesterday,
Save me,
you
jelly roll.
testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all the way from the car, right?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to
Yeah.
say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
McCabe.
Miss Reed. She called her Miss
Can you repeat
Reed.
the question, please?
And did you see her face when she called her Miss Reed? Hold on. Let's take back the question. That's crazy. Oh my God, I'm glitching. YouTube is we're breaking the internet. Almost 20,000 people here. How many of you have hit the like button? Have you? It's like when you go to somebody's house, you wipe your feet off the mat. It's like manners. Please do.
The distance that you could see this year than that you might wish to improve, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe.
McCabe.
Ellen corrected her.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
Oh, we like Judge Doolin, don't we?
You
Do we like
claimed
Judge Doolin?
on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
You said shock and
that's
horror.
an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
The centerpiece, shock and horror.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Oh.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answer my question.
That was
Would
perfect.
you overlook that?
No.
No. We have to replay that. That was perfect. I'm just going to stop to tell you, because Kindergarten Cop, one of my amazing moderators, has cautioned the chat several times. I am a legal channel. I'm an attorney. If you start posting defamatory things in the chat, if you start disparaging the witness's looks, I can get in trouble for that. If you send me a super chat insinuating that a witness is on drugs, perhaps, or mocking her dental height or whatever, her dental work or whatever, I'm not going to put it on the screen. So please, you guys, control yourself. Thank you. Try and keep it classy.
Hit him as it
Necessarily say that.
much fresher in your mind then, 2022.
Okay, here we
Is that right?
Correct,
Things
yes.
were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question. Would you overlook that?
You're not answering my question.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times.
You'll never forget
I
it.
hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
I wonder if Ronnie the juror is watching too. I mean, could you answer my question? They're coming to take you away. Ha ha. They're coming to take you away. Hee hee.
May I approach?
Yes.
Karen
And
Reedy was
continuing
initially
that
charged
document-
with vehicular manslaughter. Just a little bit of the backstory on this. Vehicular manslaughter, February 1st or 2nd, 2022.
Yes, I see
Charges
it.
are upgraded to second-degree murder after this state grand jury in April of 2022, during which she testified, and Kerry Roberts has also testified that she lied at. That is what upgraded Karen Reedy's charges to murder to. She is facing life in prison for a car accident that did not happen. Let that sink in. And this woman, I'll just let her testimony speak for itself.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
She did the,
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
okay. She did this last time too. He says, show me in that transcript in front of the grand jury where you ever said to the grand jury, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She did the same thing last year. We just talked about it. This is 227 pages. The judge says, okay, how long is it? Did you say? Listen, 227. That's crazy. She Googled how long did I hold in 227. She took the stand yesterday at 227. It's 227 pages. I don't know. I got the Angel's number book. I'm going to get it.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit
Show me in the transcript where you said that to the grand jury.
This is over 227 pages.
Over 227.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
It's not in there.
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
It's not in
One
there.
of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Jenny 3 times.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the
Was it-
jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question.
Did you tell the grand jury that?
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
She knows she didn't
Mr.
say
McCabe,
it.
you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Wow.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked
She didn't.
in your grand jury testimony no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before going to and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were all asked multiple times.
She was asked 12 times by Lally. Remember, at a grand jury, the defense is not there. The defendant is not there. It's a kangaroo court, worse than workers' comp court, with no rules. You can ask the witnesses. They can talk as long as they want. The grand jurors can ask questions of the witnesses. There are no rules. He says, you were asked 12 times about what my client said at the scene, weren't you? Objection, I don't know. And now he has to change it to, you were asked multiple times. She never told the grand jury that Karen Reed said, I hit him, because her testimony has changed. Her statements have changed. Her testimony has changed. She lied to the FBI. She never said it to the grand jury, but her testimony has morphed because she really, for some reason, this woman really, really needs Karen Reed convicted, really needs Karen Reed in jail. Ask yourself why.
What my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Like a surgeon.
For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
The grand jury is not televised. It's a secret proceeding. Nobody even knows that it's going on until after an indictment happens. And then indictment is handed down if they choose to indict.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Helene says, does it seem like the Commonwealth has executed on their exit plan? Brennan seems resigned and the energy/mood is diminished. Yeah, we haven't heard from him in a while, Helene. Interesting observation. Marie says, I know what I know, and I know what I remember is the new meme.
Page number, Your Honor.
It's going to break
Yes.
the internet.
Tell Mr. Brennan the page number.
I will, with each one.
Jules, he could say, is there anything else you didn't tell us? But it's an
turn
open-ended
to
question
page
that could lead to
192.
disaster when you don't know what she's going to say. She's a loose cannon. Good question, though.
Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
Why? What are you objecting for?
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible.
Boss baby
Mr. Jones. I have
emoji.
no idea what that said.
Because Hank Brennan is
Your
a
Honor,
big
everyone-
baby.
I can.
He thinks
make an
he's
offer
the
of
boss of the whole
sidebar,
courtroom.
if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to the side?
Sure.
And bring them.
And because we used that in the Robert Tellis trial out of Vegas. Madam Roz says the title for Jen's memoir will be 227. Well done. I'm not going to bring you up to sidebar. And then she brings them up to sidebar.
Copy for yourself.
May I first witness?
Yes. Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay.
notes.
Thank you.
I think my notes is.
Prisoner number 227,
On page
please step
192,
forward.
Line 4.
Thank you.
For
On top.
context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Statement that was made in Karen's car.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23.
I shot the clerk. I shot the clerk. I shot the clerk. I shot the clerk. Remember my cousin
In the
Vinny?
context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows.
Yes.
And you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201.
When
lines
she showed me her
23 and
taillight.
24.
You know, that video disappeared too, huh?
This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Thanks, Piney Woods.
Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2.
Like a surgeon.
Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
To the woman who sent me an email during the middle of this stream saying that she doesn't think it's fair that she was timed out for typing Xanax in the chat, and that you hope I get better moderators. You need to understand that YouTube has an AI program where they scan chats for things such as like that, and being a controlled substance would get my show flagged. And so I stand behind my moderators 100%. And I'm really sorry if it upset you to be put in timeout for however long, 30 seconds or so. But sorry, not sorry. I mean, the rules are simple. It's simple.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank
reviewed
you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
All questions.
On page
I shot
208,
the clerk.
lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry,
right.
208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today.
Should be looking for.
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I hit him.
Sometimes it skips ahead, and so we have to go back. What was she just talking about?
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Well, that
This
was
is over 220.
way a long time ago.
Correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23.
tan's going to be melting in a
in
minute.
context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
All
Page
right.
201.
You're past that.
She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2.
Everything she testified to in front of the grand jury that got her upcharged to murder were questions. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Which somebody
Again,
in shock
context,
might
this is
say.
driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
The jury's not aware of missing videos yet. Not yet. Good question, E.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
Katie McLaughlin. She went to high school with a girl named
And
Kate
what did you
Lambert.
say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Question.
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Three
And that
times.
was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, right?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
If she confessed at the scene, don't you think that would have been an important thing to say to the grand jury? Especially since you wanted her upcharged to murder. My, how your testimony has changed. That was 3 short years ago in April of 2022. 3 years later, you're saying that she definitely said to the female EMT, Katie McLaughlin, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. When you told the grand jurors it was a question. That's how you do a masterful impeachment on cross. Law students in the chat who want to be trial lawyers. That is how it's done. And kindergarten cop says, if she confessed at the scene, she would have been collared. Thank you. 25 years on the job, NYPD. Kindergarten cop is the best. Can't find your comment right now to highlight it, but I would. Yes, I think the game plan is here to impeach Carrie and Jen regarding grand jury proceedings and all other proceedings they've testified in, because they keep changing their story. Because for some reason, they really, really, really want her in
McCabe, your
jail.
full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Ms. Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?"
23
Pretty
times.
nonstop, pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
3 years ago.
Not one time. Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, "I hit him," as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022, did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227
It's a yes or no
pages to
question.
see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him,"
Wow.
in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him" 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
Never said it. She's looking at the jury like, do you believe me? Do you guys believe her? Do you believe her? Wouldn't that be an important thing to tell the first grand
Spoke with
jury?
Trooper Proctor. Just
She lied
same
at the
day.
other ones, right? Because if
Right,
she told the
January 29th.
truth at the first grand jury and then in the federal grand juries, she lied and said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," that's a lie. And then if she testified at the first trial, she said, "I hit him, that's a lie. So all of those times that she's been under oath, since they're different, right? At least one, she lied under oath.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, "I hit him" either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
There he is.
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
Olaf, you did learn your lesson and you didn't cry about it.
I have seen it before, yes.
There's Proctor up in the corner looking over her shoulder. Really? You're going to throw me under the bus? You're going to call me a liar?
Yes.
Damn.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I hit him.
So
I don't think you're
again,
gonna find
jurors
it.
Disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, "I hit him," as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Objection.
Proctor's report. Report's not in evidence, but it's not in there. Look at her eye. Did you see the eye? The eyes? Wow. Wait, look at that again. Her eyes did like a weird zigzag motion. Did you just see that? I got to play that one more time. What the? I hate to do this to you, but I got to run to the bus stop. I will be back. Don't freak out. I'll be right back. I'll be listening to it in the car. So,
Do you recall
don't miss me too much.
telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
They are throwing you under the bus, Mikey boy.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m.
Cover for me. I'll be back.
that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I didn't show up" anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm the first witness. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I've met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
You remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So juries, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay? And you can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want. Thanks. Mr. Jackson, do you want a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
We're still going to stop at 4, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, you all set, Mr. Jackson?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're bringing the jurors over. Are we still on schedule?
We are.
Okay.
I mean, how great was it for the court to go on break just for me? I mean, we didn't miss a thing. How about that? Hope everybody refreshed their
Later,
drink.
I want to draw your attention back.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew, was friendly with.
Michael Lang was just a local
Went to high
guy.
school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Lang,
He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was.
Did she call Julie Albert before 5 a.m. to get Lank's number? Did she? Because remember, that's how Julie Albert found out that John was dead. Is that why she called Julie Albert? Right after Karen called her? Holy crap, give me Lank's number quick. We gotta call Lank to come fix this. Oh, I gotta rewind this a little bit because this is too good. Yeah, I hear there's a motion to revoke Turtle Boy's bail being heard right now. I heard that. If anything happens, I will let you know. Court should be over soon here because she does not. We will go over Aiden's hearing. We'll do it. We'll do it. It's just going to be on a delay. Okay. But now I'm thinking, is that why she called Julie Albert before 5 a.m. to get Lank's number to come and fix it? Hey, Ray Donovan, get over here. We got a problem. Mayday, Mayday. Listen. I just knew him from around town. The Alberts have known him for decades.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes,
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did. Yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Colin's
Yes.
mother.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
Lanka.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remember.
Oh,
that is true, Zoe. Didn't she say that Lank gave them a business card in the morning with his phone number to call us if you remember anything else? Right?
Say who did or didn't believe. I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
Others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
And your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard. It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't walk over. I mean, he came over his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right.
Dropped what he was doing.
Car, drive over to the blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go to the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And
he drops
whatever
everything
it was
for
that
the
you wanted
Alberts.
to tell him,
Look at her eyes.
You let him know it was
Come back to your
important.
screen. Look at these. Look at these eye. I mean, the eye movements. The eye movements are getting crazy. They're getting crazy. Crazy Eyes. Isn't that a song? Crazy Eyes. Lanka drops everything for the Alberts. He's been doing it for decades.
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And
Notes? Now there's notes?
you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
He's too far from the mic.
I don't
couldn't
have
hear
his
what he
report in
said.
front of me.
Thank you, Jamie Dubb.
Yeah, just one minute.
Yes.
This has to stop. Thank you. Gladys Kravitz, the curtain twitcher, says 227. Google's means intuition. Focus on why.
You can
Trust
turn to the
instinct.
orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think Little Lies is on there, Jules.
In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
I hope I didn't hit him. In
Is
Lank's
this
report.
another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
No. It's very important to catch her in the lies, Judge. Framed, Cheech and Chong on the playlist.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
Thank you, Bocephus, for your words of wisdom.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
In the first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Goody.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
She keeps looking at Brennan.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wow. The look that she just gave Brennan was like, what? Look.
Scene was cleared. You were interviewed by Sean Good,
Look at her.
were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
The eyes got
May we
crazy.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Everyone goes to sidebar again. I mean, we're bumping up on 4 o'clock here. It's 3:59. She doesn't like to work past 4. Did she say we're only going till 4 today or 4:30? We're on real time.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gina. Potato cannoli. Thanks for your 20. It is on the playlist. Tell me lies.
While
Fleetwood
you were
Mac.
at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him telling you, I'm sorry, do you remember him
I know what that
asking you
look
about
was
any
now.
initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter?
I know what the look was. The look was, you didn't prep me with that report, Hank. Hank, we didn't go over that report, Hank. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. It was a look of panic. This is important.
That he asked me.
Do you remember him telling you, I'm sorry, do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
He's the one who answered the phone when Carrie called looking for John in the morning and they were laughing about the blizzard party. That's Sean Good. He was on phone duty and then he came to the scene. He was supposed to go off duty, but I guess he stayed.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly, but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Yeah, right. You can't tell Jackson to move on.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight?
He's impeaching their most important witness, Your Honor. He will take his surgical time. She can't just give a blanket, I don't remember, and we're going to call it good. Good, Sean Good, Sergeant Good. Perfect timing. We can't just call it good because Good wrote down certain things in his report that she wasn't prepped on, apparently. She's flipping out right now. Look at her face now. I'm sorry, he's not going to be able to save you this time. And neither can Cannoni save her. Bev, the feds are watching, right? Exactly. Kim Jong Cannoni. She already forgot, I guess.
The series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
But I got to hear her say move along.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Cannoni
Did you
for the
mention
save.
anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there, and like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant
You're
Good,
saving
but I
her.
do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Let me ask a different question.
Chaotic. It was so chaotic.
There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask, did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues,
Looking
or
at the jury
concerns,
again.
things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did
Apologizing
tell
to
at
the
least
jury.
one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
She keeps
Did you
apologizing.
tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Ms. Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall? That is a yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Ms. Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
just say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
Sirens?
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Doesn't want
Is
to
there a
perjure
reason
herself?
why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Like a crazy person.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
Oh, yeah. Conveniently.
What you told Officer Lank or
She
Sergeant
doesn't want
Lank
to commit more
was that
perjury.
you received a phone
Potentially,
call from
maybe.
Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
These phone calls with who?
Karen.
Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't. You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him during either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Same chaos as my client
Anything
screaming
at
into the
all.
phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that's
officer
not
Stop
that
her.
I spoke to,
Let her finish.
Stop her.
every police officer that I spoke to,
You're going to let her finish
tried
now?
to answer their questions the best I could. It took
You're going to
me
let her finish?
hours
You're going to
and
let
in
her
some
narrate
cases
this
days to
bullshit to the
remember
jury?
all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered,
What about
she
Hara?
said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
Wow, she really wants to get that out.
Better, even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
She has memorized this monologue. I'm taking it back to the beginning of the monologue because I'm so blown away that the judge is allowing this to happen. And we need to hear it again because I was talking over it the first time. She didn't mention anything about a fight order. This is beyond anything I've ever seen.
To a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jury.
You never told that to the grand jury.
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
One more?
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay, jurors.
Can't end it like this.
Ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right.
So, folks, we are
I
done for
never
today.
have seen
You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session.
no court
So
tomorrow.
we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors. Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Wow.
Don't do any independent research.
This
or
woman has zero
investigation
control.
into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please
Are we done here for the day? Did they cut the cameras after this? Are they coming back to do anything? Oh wait.
Your Honor.
I'm not rushing you in any.
Oh, there is something.
Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you in any way. I just want to know how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds.
Sure, take your time.
I would expect that I would say an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay.
Good. 2 more hours on
Mr.
her.
Brennan, do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
With Mrs. McCabe?
Yes.
It depends on how the rest goes, but
Right.
certainly at this point, 20 minutes or less.
All right.
Really?
So that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, I mean, the
On Friday?
morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. You have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've
Okay.
given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right. And nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right. All right. We'll see you on Friday.
And now Jennifer McCabe gets a day off in between today and her cross. And wow, just wow. What a combative witness. She tried so hard with her media training that I'm sure she got some media training. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. She dressed differently. She acted differently. Her demeanor was different. And now she gets a day off between her testimony and coming back again for more cross on Friday because there's no court tomorrow. Apparently, it's been a pre-scheduled holiday. And the jurors knew about it because the judge said, remember, we told you there's no court tomorrow. I don't know why there's no court tomorrow, but what I do know, or I guess perhaps strategically, Brennan decided that he was going to put Jennifer McCabe on the day before the day off, even though she's still on the stand. And he's technically not supposed to be talking to her at all about her testimony. We know what happened last time. And I don't know if it was between her or someone else. It's White Claw Wednesday. Tomorrow is Law Day, some people say. She's waiting for the nod on Turtle Boy getting arrested, which is what Rachel Johnson said. And apparently there's some fireworks going on over there in that courtroom. We're going to take a look at that if we can. Is that still happening? Hang on. It just ended. Did anything happen? All right, let's see what Jess Machado has to say about that. If I can find a clean feed, if anybody knows if anybody streamed it, that is not a streamer, that it was like on a network, let me know. I don't know if the judge ruled from the bench. I just have to scroll through. Judge asked for a sidebar. I don't know if it's over or not, but that is Turtle Boy's hearing. That will be a separate stream that I will do. Glow says the feds are watching. I think I put all of these up, but Team Wicked Smart, thank you very much. She screamed, but no officer heard it. Yep. That's what she's saying. Free Karen Reed said, pretty sure you'd be able to remember everything you said every time you've testified if you told the truth about which would naturally be the exact same testimony each time. Yeah. You don't have to remember the truth, right? The lies are hard to keep track of. The truth does not change. Bail was not revoked, but Bradel was screaming. All right, so that's good news for Aiden Carney. Brent says, how bad was that for the defense? Didn't feel good for the defense? I think it was bad for the prosecution, unless you're jokingly calling the defense the Commonwealth. Click and droppings 227 meaning is spiritual growth, balance, and the importance of intuition. Also indicates the need to be patient and exercise control over your life. Yes, John, we hear you. Thank you. That is the meaning of angel numbers 227, which is wild. Shoes for Glass Houses says she's literally melting from her lies. The heat is all over her face. She also has MS. I don't know if that's a side effect, the flushing. I don't know. This has to stop. Bev knows what AJ's trying to do with impeachment, so she needs to protect Jennifer McCabe. If you had any doubt that the re-persecution of Karen Reed was really the defense of the McCabe's and Alberts, well, what do you think now? Kelly wants to know how this is sitting with the jury. Don't know. Glow T said the feds are watching. They are watching. We know they're watching because we heard about it. Yeah, I'm not asking you what other creators are streaming it. I'm asking you if any network is streaming it so that I can stream it cleanly later. I'm not asking you because I'm not going to stream another creator's work. I just don't roll like that. Thank you, Tiffany, for thanking me on Venmo for covering Karen Reed. And thank you, Catherine, for your Venmo from Boston with lots of cupcakes in it. I have the motion to revoke his bail, which we can look at on a separate stream after I take a break. Thank you to Susan for sending me a Venmo to thank me. I appreciate you so much. And Jill is thanking me. Thank you, Jill. Yvette says, did Jen McCabe see Officer John O'Keefe on the lawn in her peripheral vision? Because she said it 3 times so far today. I know, Yvette. I heard it too. She didn't pronounce peripheral right. She said, I don't even remember. I don't even remember at this point how she pronounced it, but it was not the correct way. It sure wasn't. So there's no court tomorrow. We will be coming back on Friday to continue Jennifer McCabe's cross. And my computer just froze. What now? Can you guys still hear me? Because I don't know. It says something just happened. This whole thing like exploded. Hang on. I'll be right back. The internet has exploded. Can you guys still hear me? I don't know what the hell's going on. Is it the StreamYard issue? All right. You can hear me. Yeah, it says that my browser has lost connection to my camera. Okay. So, I don't know. My whole computer just like freaked out. And now it's asking me for a whole bunch of stuff, like somebody may have hacked into my computer. So I don't know why there's no court tomorrow. They have just said that it was a pre-scheduled day off. And that is it. It wants me to put in all these passwords, which I'm not going to do because that freaks me out. Like somebody is trying to hack me, which could be possible too, because I've heard that has happened to a couple of people. In fact, Brian at LTL said the other day that all of a sudden there's an Apple AirTag on his car. So, let me get off and try and fix out these computer issues and hopefully come back later to do the Hacker's Gonna Hack. I know. They're trying to shut me up. Andrea, thank you for your super chat. Everyone else, thanks for being here. Thanks you to the mods for keeping it classy today. You guys are amazing. So amazing. Please do all the things that YouTube likes, like the stream, push the stream out, share the stream, tell people this is a fun place to watch the trial. As I always say to close out every stream, but I can't give you the peace sign. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Let me get my IT department in here to fix this issue. See you guys tomorrow on something else. I'm very, very, very sure I'm going to get together with Ed Wallace. Hopefully, maybe we'll have something for you. Peace, my friends. I'll see you real soon. It won't even let me end the stream, really? Or what if I click out? All right, in 3, 2, 1, I'm going to have to shut my computer down.